Knock on the wall when you're done. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. And this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Parole and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Panel Member Barry.
Also present is the board supervisor and psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Pepe Lopez Delgado, 399-815.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kevin Lopez Delgado, inmate number 399-815. He's serving a sentence of 10 years flat for risk of injury, criminal possession of a firearm, illegal possession of a large capacity magazine, possession with intent to sell, and larceny third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 22nd, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan that's been reviewed and shows that the offender's completed tier 2 and voices. He remains on the waiting list for an educational referral, a job assignment, and vocational referral. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall scores falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board that you believe should be granted parole. It may begin.
I understand that my ticket history isn't the best, but when I came into jail, I didn't just change. You know what I mean? I was the same person. I was just locked up. I made a lot of decisions that were wrong, but that helped me grow up. I've been ticket free for 5 months. I'm in the Spanish choir, playing the guitar, doing something productive. I'm waiting to get a job. You know, I'm trying to stay out the way because I got to get home to my son. I guaranteed work upon release, and I have a support system, my mother and my father, my family. You know, I think I got it to be able to stay home and be productive. That's all.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Lopez Delgado. We're going to take turns asking you questions based on the documents that were available to us. And then we'll discuss your case and make a decision. We're going to begin the questions this morning with my colleague, Mr. Pohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Lopez Delgado.
Good morning.
So I appreciate your opening remarks. Interested in a little bit of insight into what you did to get there.
What to get where exactly?
Prison.
Prison, I was doing the wrong things. You know, I thought that I'm paying my bills and I'm taking care of my family and I'm taking care of myself, but I was doing it the wrong ways. The ways that I learned, you know, growing up, the ways that I saw since I was small. I understood that I had to come here in order to change that. I had to come to jail to realize that I was putting my son in the same predicaments that I was, and I was creating a cycle. I understood that even though I was paying my bills and I was taking care of my child, I was not doing it the right way, and I was not making sure he was safe. And now I have perspective. It made me slow down. It made me think. It made me understand. You know, I had to come to jail to understand. I had to get in trouble to realize that I wasn't doing, you know, all the right things. I was doing many of the wrong things.
And that's really important. I mean, the risk of injury charges, you know, as you said, you know, you learned a way growing up and now you're passing that way down, right?
Yes. My goal is to I don't want my son to do this. I've been doing this for too long. This is the first sentence that I took that was a big sentence, and it opened my eyes. I was really in my son's life. I just, you know, I wasn't understanding that my way of protecting him wasn't really protecting him. You know, my way of providing wasn't the best way of providing for him.
The possession of a large capacity magazine, why and what was the deal with that?
To protect myself, I was in the streets. I was into the wrong things. So in my mindset was it was out of protection. I got paranoid, and my paranoia fed, and you know, like I said, I was into the wrong things. And once you're in the wrong things, you just fall deeper and deeper into it.
So how are you going to deal with not feeling safe? I mean,
Right now,
yeah, go ahead.
I feel like I've been away, you know, going on for almost 5 years. I've been away so long. I don't feel like those problems I've had, I have them. My mindset is to work, you know, develop a couple businesses, take care of my son, eventually, you know, have 50-50 custody. Like, I got goals. I got aspirations, and my aspirations ain't to be here for the rest of my life. You know, being a 67-year-old man shuffling around the hallways, that's not my aspirations. And that's not what's in store for life for me. That's not what's gonna happen.
So when you say you've been away so long, do you mean that at the time of the offenses that you were creating your own situation where you didn't feel safe? And
Possibly.
Now, okay.
It's possible that, you know, that it's possible, but I just feel like when you're removed from a situation and you get perspective and you can see from the outside looking in, you get a different point of view. I needed to be put away. I needed to be taken away for me to get perspective. And I have a different perspective now. Although I do struggle with certain things, I feel like I'm at a better place than what I was.
So you've never really had any kind of long-term employment, right?
The longest was like probably like a year or so, maybe. Yeah. I've hopped jobs, but I've worked under the table for most of the work that I've ever done.
So part of this is in the life that you were living, right? So
yeah,
how do you plan to provide for yourself so that you're doing it legally?
Well, I have guaranteed work upon release. My uncle has an HVAC company, so I have guaranteed work. I got certain skills and talents that I plan on doing my own clothing brand. I play musical instruments that I plan on going to church when I'm home. You know, and maybe, you know, using that talent for that. I'm good with cars. You know, I fix my own cars. So, you know, I got different skills that I wasn't applying when I was home because my focus, it was too hard to focus on the good when I was stuck in the bad. Like, I have talents that I'm capable of using and implementing in my life. they'll allow me to do different things, positive things. I just, at the time, that wasn't in my mind. My mindset was different.
Okay. So, couple of things. Substance use was an issue with you, right?
Yes.
And how did you address that while you've been in?
Excuse me? The last
How
part?
have you addressed that since you've been in?
I work out. I'm disciplined. I came in at 240 pounds. I'm 189 pounds now. I work out every day. That's my discipline. That's how I get, you know, my fix is by working out. You know what I mean? I try to stay in shape. I try to stay healthy. And I feel like me working out regularly and disciplining myself and staying on schedule is really helping me, you know, stay positive and not really think about nothing like that. It doesn't pop up in my mind for that.
Okay, but when you're back outside, how do you not engage in substance use again?
I'm gonna join a gym, either mixed martial arts or boxing gym. So I'm in my free time. That's what I'm gonna be doing every day. I'm gonna stay disciplined, working out, you know, making sure that my time is used because my time is valuable.
So
Not having a lot of free time.
did you pick anything else up in tier 2? You took tier 2, right?
Yeah, tier 2. To be honest, it's all about who I put myself around. I understand that if I go put myself around the same people, I'm gonna get the same results. If I'm around people who have nothing to lose, then I'm gonna lose what I have. I'm gonna put myself around people who have things to lose, which I do have in my life. People with businesses, people with work, you know, people that have families that they take care of. I'm not gonna waste my time putting myself around losers because I'm done being a loser.
You did say something about church. Have you done that in the community before?
No, but I go to church twice a week and I play in the church choir band. I play the guitar. So I signed a contract and I'm committed to that. No matter what's going on in the unit, whether it's rec or we got the gym, I go to church because I made a commitment.
So do you think you'll find people for pro-social support at church?
Yes.
Do you think that you have to go out there and do it all yourself?
No. I used to think like that because I was prideful, but I know that I can't do it by myself.
Okay. And, you know, really the last thing I want to talk about, you know, I see that you've taken tier 2, you've taken voices.
Yes.
But we take a look at, you know, in your history, there's a robbery and a third type of thing. And then inside, there've been DRs for threats, for fighting, things like that. How have you addressed what's going on with the violence?
Okay, so
and what have you done to address that while you've been in?
all right, so like when I came into jail, I was the same person. I didn't come in and just change. That didn't happen like that. I had to make those decisions, those wrong decisions. I had to go through it. This is the first time in my sentence that I really went through it, that I've made a lot of bad decisions. I made decisions and I put myself in predicaments where it gave me perspective and it made me exhausted with this lifestyle. A lot of it that helps with my aggression is the working out. And that's why when I go home, I want to join a mixed martial art gym where I'm disciplined and where my aggression is used in a sport and in a positive manner. And also churches as well helping me, you know, knowing that I don't have to do it by myself and know that I have someone I could talk to that no one can hear, you know, my problems or what I'm going through helps me a lot too. To take a moment and just, you know, say a prayer actually helps me throughout the day. When I see myself getting too riled up or too angry, I pray. It may sound like cliche, but that's what I do.
So, but you haven't really taken a look at what's underneath that choice when it comes to threats or fighting or things like that.
All of that stems from my childhood. I was physically abused since a child till I was about 13. I was hit with anything you can find in the household. If I did anything wrong, it was immediate aggression. So I understand where it stems from. It was instilled in me, but what was put in you can be taken out. It was, you know.
So with that understanding, have you done anything to address that's underneath?
Yes, I had to come to realize that that's where it comes from. And I understand that I have tell signs. I understand that when I'm getting angry, that certain things happen to my body, certain ways I start thinking. I just have to take a step back and just calm down. It's not, you know, it's not like I have to keep pushing myself forward. I could take a step back and calm down. Breathing techniques. You know, I go to my cell, take some time to myself. I call one of my friends or my family, you know, have conversation just to call, you know, to get my mind off of things. But there's a lot of ways to get my mind off of what gets me mad. And there's a lot of ways to walk away from certain situations. Not every situation you need to confront.
And then my last question, you have a 10-year flat sentence.
Yes, sir.
You know why that is?
I was given an option, and I that's the option that I chose.
So you're given an
It was
option
either 8
of,
years. 8 years. It was an option of 8 years to serve, 5 probation, 20 suspended. I had a paid lawyer, and I asked them to give me 10 flat because on probation I've never been able to get off of it. I want to be free one day, and I haven't been free. I know that if I do 10 years in jail and I come home, I'm eventually going to be free. And I also know that I'm going to be supervised a little bit more. So it's going to make me, you know, it's going to help me in transitioning home.
so just let's explore that just really quickly then. So, I mean, this is a parole hearing, right? I mean, there's a lot of similarities between parole and probation. So,
Yes, sir.
so your outlook on parole is what?
It's supervision. Eventually, regardless if I'm in here or out there, I'm being supervised. I just want an opportunity to be able to live my life and get my life in order and be there for my child. I've spent enough time away from him. Although I may have not been the greatest parent, I was there in my son's life, and he needs me before he becomes me.
And
My
if
priority
you're
is to get home to my son.
And if you're granted parole, you know that if something goes sideways, it's not about going back to court for a hearing. It's about coming straight back to
Listen,
prison, right?
Yeah, I understand that.
I'm sure I don't have anything to.
so Mr. Lopez Delgado, you took the Voices program?
Yes.
I didn't hear anything in your opening statement by way of an apology for the harm that you've done to your community, to the DOC officers that you assaulted. Is there something that you might want to say with respect to the harm that you've been causing for quite some time?
I understand that once again, I understand I was not doing the right things when I was home. That I was making the wrong decisions, that people were affected. I understand that my son was affected, that my woman was affected at the time. My kid's mother was affected, and there was a lot of people that was
Your codependent.
Yes, I understand that. That's my kid's mother, yes.
Okay, so my question to you is this: is there something you want to say by way of an apology for the harm that you've caused out in the community and there in the prison?
Of course, I feel bad, but for what I was doing, a lot of people was affected. I understand that.
Do you know how to offer an apology, sir?
In the case of the assault and DOC, I was assaulted as well. It was, it was mutual. I had injuries all over my face and my head. So,
well, it was caused by your actions of pouring the Pruno down the toilet, and they were intervening, and you threw punches to their head and face. So it's not a combat situation in prison. You're expected to comply with the rules.
Honestly, I don't want to even explain the situation, because in black and white, you're never gonna have the perspective. It's always gonna be me. I understand what I did wrong in that situation, but that situation wasn't dealt with correctly either. I understand that what I did my consequences.
Well, when you were in the community, you were on probation for larceny third, and it appears that you were party to stealing as many as 10 catalytic converters off of people's automobiles, yes, causing all kinds of financial and other stress in the lives of the people who you stole from. Is there anything you might want to say by way of an apology to them?
Yeah, that I apologize for. I understand that could have affected people to come out and out their pockets to have to fix something that wasn't, necessary to fix.
And you do realize that we all pay for it in our insurance rates. When people file claims for that kind of damage done to their vehicle, and they have to pay their deductible before the car can be repaired. So, it causes a lot of problems across the board.
I didn't know that.
So I appreciate that you said in your opening statement that you've gone 6 months without a DR, but when you have a history of 20 on this bit alone, 6 months is just the start of turning things around. And the fact that you're willing to assault correctional officers is extremely concerning to me, sir. So why the 4 guns?
Protect myself. I was paranoid.
You needed 4. When you're
paranoid and you're on drugs and you keep feeding your paranoia, it seems like a necessary evil at the time.
All right, I get that. So Mr. Lopez Delgado, what we do here today is we make a decision about whether you're suitable for early release to discretionary parole, which would be almost 5 years or more than 5 years for you. Mm-hmm. And we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. And so you're telling us that your mental health was impaired enough by the drugs that you were using that you were paranoid and acquired 4 firearms illegally and were on probation at the time that you were in possession as a convicted felon of firearms.
Respectfully, it seems like your mind is made up already before this meeting was even adjourned.
I'm asking you these questions. I listened to your conversation with my colleague. I took lots of notes. And I'm very concerned in terms of what you just said as to why you had the guns and the paranoia and the drug use. That raises up the level of risk to public safety, and you do score high for your risk to reoffend, and this is your 4th period of incarceration. So, Ms. Berry, any questions for Mr. Lopez Delgado?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay. All right, sir. So we're done with the questions and we're going to discuss your case. Mr. Holt?
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Lopez Delgado is here for counts of risk of injury, weapons charge, possession with intent to stuff larceny third. He does rate out high overall. He has taken a tier program to try to address substance use. I'm a bit concerned about the answer is the gym. After some additional discussion, he saw church. He talked about business people and people like that that would be there for pro-social support, but I'm still concerned about where it is there. My other concern is that while he's taken tier 2 invoices, and he did take a chronic discipline program, that he hasn't had programming to address what's underlying. And the thing is that I think he's headed in the right direction. I think his attitude is headed in the right direction. But you know, I would feel much more comfortable if there were a alternatives to violence program in there. There's an anger management program in there.
New thoughts?
New thoughts program in there, right? His end sentence is 2031. You know, I appreciate the fact that he hasn't had a disciplinary reports in almost 6 months, right?
And well, I acknowledge that as well. He has gotten a DR since he completed chronic discipline.
Yeah.
And it was the threatening.
Right.
Which was incredible vulgarity.
So where I am today is that I don't see him as suitable because of the couple of issues that that really need to be addressed. I actually want to see him take new thoughts and anger management. I know that AVP doesn't go on your OAP, and I don't even know if it's something that's offered at McDougall or not. But you know, some kind of programming like that to actually take a look at what's underneath. And I appreciate that he's thought about some solutions to dealing with what comes up inside in terms of how to get it out and things like that. But to actually address it, because if you're going to go off like that, it's a matter of taking a deeper look at it, you know. So for me today, I don't find him suitable, but I also want to bring him back after he's taken some programming in that area for further consideration.
And I would agree to that if it was a 2-year period. Your thoughts?
I don't believe Mr. Delgado is suitable either. And my reasons for the denial today would be as for institutional adjustment and inadequate evidence of offender change. And I would challenge him to focus for his rehear, focus on avoiding any further disciplinary infractions and pick whatever programs that he really can get into. It's not us. I mean, I don't want him to take the programs because we're asking him to take the programs. It's really important that he gains the tools that he needs to be successful out in the community. Like, I mean, I don't want him to just warm the feet. Like, I really want him to take away.
Well, he would have to explain how he's benefited from those programs much more robustly than the ones that he talked about today.
I totally understand what you're saying because, you know, it's not about, okay, they want me to do this, I'm gonna go do that. But I really hear from him his desire to deal with this stuff in a positive kind of way.
Yeah.
It's just from our experience, my experience anyway, it's like dealing with that involves some programming as well, you know, and
Well, and if he can get his behavior under control, then he can hold a job there in the facility and develop a work ethic so that he's preparing himself to be successful back in the community. So there's a lot, you know, a fatherhood program. He's talked so much about his son today. So developing his skills as a parent, especially when he, you know, reintegrates into his son's life and has to accept how his son feels about him being gone. So you're okay with August of 2028?
can we do, I mean, I'd like to give him some time out there as well.
That-
Can we do?
That would be 3 years.
March? We do March of 2028, which would put him 2 years out from his last ER and give him adequate time to take a program.
You know, I would go with that, but he has not been successful on any supervision in the past, and that a 2-year rehear would still give him 3 years of supervision, which I think is pretty generous. Potentially 3 years. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. So in the matter of Kevin Lopez Delgado, inmate number 399-815, there is a motion to deny parole at this time due to your poor institutional adjustment and inadequate evidence of offender change. I further move to rehear you in August of 2028 with a recommendation that you not receive any additional disciplinary reports and you engage in positive programming, vocational education, and look to hold a job there in the facility. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
So Mr. Lopez Delgado, we'll see you in 2 years, and we hope that you'll be successful with programming and your behavior in the meantime.
This concludes the hearing for Kevin Lopez Delgado, inmate number 399-815.
Can you give
I'll put it 6 minutes. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Bryant. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating the names on record, certified that reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation for this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
like poll?
Panel Member Barry.
Also present is the Office of Victim Services and the board supervising psychologist. Please state your name and image.
Anthony Calder, 298-663.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Anthony Calder, inmate number 298-663. He's serving a sentence of 5 years and 30 days flat for larceny first, weapon in a correctional institution, and violation of probation with an underlying larceny third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 8th, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There's a signed offender accountability plan for the offender, and it has been reviewed and shows the offender's completed no programs, but is currently participating in the methadone-assisted treatment. Medication-assisted treatment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offenders evaluation system, the offender's overall score on SRT falls within the very high range of risk recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe it should be granted. May begin.
Something to say, Mr. Calder?
I can't hear you. I didn't hear what you said.
This is your opportunity to tell us why you believe you deserve parole.
I have nothing to say.
Okay. So, you still have 2 years remaining on your sentence, sir. Are there programs there in the facility you think you could benefit from?
The facility I'm in now, yeah, I was stuck in Hartford for 3 years. They didn't have nothing there.
Okay, so what would you benefit from now?
Tier 2. They have a voices program I was trying to do.
Okay. What about New Thoughts?
I signed up for that, but I never heard nothing back.
So, why Tier 2 and not Tier 4?
I don't think they have Tier 4 here.
Okay. Because you have a really challenging addiction.
Yeah, they don't have Tier 4 here.
Okay. I know that you've done treatment out in the community multiple times. Have you done Tier 2 on prior bids?
Yes.
Okay. So why do you think these things haven't been enough to help you get a handle on your addiction?
It did at first until I relapsed.
Okay, so what was the reason for the relapse?
Somebody died.
You know, you're 41. That
I know.
starts to happen in life. You know, we lose loved ones. And we've got to have some level of reserve and resiliency to withstand the losses. And, you know, even find ways to honor those we loved who are no longer with us. So was it really a death, or was that an excuse?
I guess you could say it's an excuse.
So why give up? Why throw in the towel?
I don't know.
All right, well, I hope you can figure that out. Do you know what's behind your use of substances?
Nope. I've never had treatment. You said I had treatment in the street. I've never been into a drug program in the street. Never.
My records indicate that there have been multiple attempts at treatment. And the times that you've done Tier 2 in the past, you didn't get to the bottom of why you were abusing substances?
No, they rush you through it. It's supposed to be 12 weeks, and then you go through it in 4 weeks.
Are you self-medicating? Do you have trauma in your past? Are you just angry at the world? What's going on with you, Mr. Calder?
I guess I had trauma in the past. Stuff I don't like to talk about.
But if you don't unpack it, doesn't it just keep a grip on you?
Yeah,
Do you have any life goals, sir?
yeah, I do.
Would you share one or two with me?
I don't want to come back to jail anymore. I mean, I always wanted to be successful. I mean,
What
the
does that
time I
look
was
like?
out there, I was a very good father. I could say that.
What does success look like to you?
Being productive citizens, for maintaining employment, getting a house.
Well, you've got some skills, masonry, restoration.
And
You ever get the feeling you're your own worst enemy?
yep,
What's going to help you?
can't tell you.
Do you care about yourself, Mr. Calder?
Sometimes.
Well, I care about you. And I'm sure your daughter does as well. This is your fifth period of incarceration, and you've accumulated 9 disciplinary reports during this time inside, and a lot of contraband and violence. So what we do is make a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 5 years and 1 month out in the community on discretionary parole, and we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. And, you know, you score high for your risk to reoffend, you have a long criminal history, and not many successes on supervision, and then you come into the controlled environment of prison, and you accumulate all of these very concerning disciplinary reports that actually keep you out of programs. So, you know, we need something to interrupt this pattern. And if you can address your behavior inside, then maybe you can get the programs that would be helpful to you. Is there anything you might want to say about the harm that you've caused to the people who have been victimized by your crimes?
No.
All right. Ms. Berry, any questions for Mr. Calder?
Thank you. Mr. Calder, do you want to be clean and sober?
Of course.
Because when you were out on probation, they sent you to Wheeler's Clinic. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then you didn't show up though. And so then they tried to get you a higher level of treatment because you were still engaging in illegal substances, and you didn't go for that either.
Yes,
So-
I did. I went to ADT for weeks, for months. I went to ADT for 8 hours a day.
ADT, okay. So when my colleague spoke with you about getting treatment, you said that you never participated in treatment out in the community.
Because it wasn't treatment. You sat in a room. It was like adult daycare. That's what it was called, adult day treatment. We sat in our room. We maybe talked maybe for an hour.
So Mr. Calder, I think you have some misplaced anger, or I mean, I really don't know what it's stemming from, but you know, it's your decisions that have brought you to where you are right now.
I understand
And
that.
I really do. We're trying to figure out what it is that you need to be successful out there so that you can break the cycle, as the chair stated, and you're giving us nothing. If you don't know what you need to be successful, how are we supposed to tell you what you need?
Yeah.
Right. And if you can't tell us how you can avoid these behaviors in the future, and in addition to your inability to tell us what you need, I mean, what can we do? How can parole help you?
I don't know.
I want to know what you, I mean, I know you pawned several of the items that you took from this house. What did you do with that ring?
I don't know.
You don't know what you did with the ring?
I don't want parole. Do I have to stay here still? I didn't even want to come down here. They convinced me to come down here. I can go home in 2 years. I've been in jail for 3 years.
Well, that decision is solely yours, Mr. Calder. We're not forcing you to have parole.
I don't want to do parole. I could go.
Madam Chair, that's where you
Okay.
should step in.
All right, well, so Mr. Calder, did you have any questions? Okay, we're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services. So I'm going to turn the hearing over to Mr. Jesus.
Good morning, board members. I do have the victim via Teams. This is your opportunity to express to the board your wishes and your concerns. I am to remind you that you're to address the panel members only, and you may unmute your microphone and you may begin with your statement.
Mr. Calder, I just need you to understand, I can see here that you have zero remorse and any
Please
intention
address your comments to the board and not to the offender.
Oh, I apologize. I thought the request was to address to the defender only.
The other way around.
Forgive me.
No problem.
My concern is that from listening to his testimony right now upon the board, he doesn't seem remorseful at all. He doesn't seem like he's taken any actions to become a better citizen on the street. What hurts me the most about this situation is that I feel like, as you mentioned, the board, that is, the all of his past similar crimes with larceny, the disciplinary action that was put upon him did not teach him any lessons.
Yeah.
Think him to be at my house to again display such dishonest behavior, and this dishonest behavior has uprooted my life. Now, he mentioned a passing in his friends, family, I'm not sure whom, nor is it relevant, but I lost my mom 21 years ago. I got married with that diamond ring. That was my mom's. I have had to grieve her for 21 years, and I had to do it in a healthy way. I didn't go out in the street. I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't break any laws, and I suffered. But the one thing I had left was her ring. You came into my house as a supposed educated, trained contractor to do work in my home. And instead of taking the money that my husband had for you to pay you for the job, you decided that wasn't enough for you and you had to take items from my home. That tells me, board, that any past crime, any disciplinary action that was put upon Mr. Calder didn't teach him any lessons. There wasn't enough time served. There wasn't programs that he was willing to get into. And clearly, my gold that he pawned at the pawn shop, whatever money I went to the pawn shop, found out $250 was issued to Mr. Calder for what was irreplaceable family heirlooms. Every single piece of jewelry I've ever owned since a child. But the most important piece was the diamond ring that my mom left behind that I chose to walk down the aisle with. And you were given and Mr. Calder was given the opportunity to tell where that ring was, just like I respectfully heard you ask him and he still couldn't answer. And at that time, early in the case, I was willing to step aside, not push any issues, push extra time on Mr. Calder's sentence and fight for what I believed in, if he was even willing to come up with at least the ring. The gold was pawned. It was too late, but he had an opportunity to make this right. And if you're talking about someone who's passed in your life that caused you to go off and do harmful things and make bad decisions, and that's what your crutch is, that's what you're going on, think about what I had to go through. And then to realize that every single piece my mother left behind is now gone because you needed to, Mr. Calder needed a fix. He needed to sell my jewelry. That was more important to him than coming in doing a legitimate, honest job at my home, contracting job. And unfortunately for me, my husband didn't do a background check and find out that Mr. Calder was a multiple time convicted felon. And that's on my husband, not on Mr. Calder, but it is on Mr. Calder that he trusted him to do a job that he was being paid for and leave my home as is. Instead, he had to take other belongings, very important belongings, with him. Now, I want you to understand, board here, I'm a business owner, and in my business, we're part of the Second Chance program, the CPA program. I've been there 14 years. I'm now an owner. And part of what we do is take ex-incarcerated individuals, give them a trade, work with the CPA and taking them in. I'm not all about not giving people second chances, but after listening to Mr. Calder's statement, to me, he has no remorse. He has no plan of action. All his past interactions and crimes, it never ceased after any disciplinary action that the judicial system put upon him. And like taking something from Walmart doesn't impact a family like you've impacted mine. It's ruined my trust with my husband because he should never let you in our home alone after he was there with you and he left you there. And now I can't hire other contractors to be in my home without us present. You've destroyed so much for me. But most important, the diamond I got married with, that was my mother's, who is no longer with me. She can't give me another piece. She can't do anything for me. And in court, Mr. Calder was asked if he had anything to say to his victim, and he had nothing to say then either. He's destroyed us. And I don't feel that Mr. Calder is going to be any different if you put him back on the street, even if it's at 5 years. He's shown you that his track record does not even allow him to have remorse. If he has a daughter that means so much to him, he should want to be clean. He should want to have a job and hold that down. He has things to live for. I had to go on after my mom. I couldn't just throw in the towel. I had to figure that out. I don't know what else to say.
Well, thank you for your input. We appreciate that you wanted to participate today.
I just hate that he has no remorse for what he's done.
Ms. DeJesus?
Thank you, board members. That's all we have.
Thank you. All right, so at this time, Mr. Calder, we're going to discuss your case. Please just give us a few minutes. So I'm not really sure where Mr. Calder is today other than reluctant to be participating in this hearing. So based on his criminal history, the injury and impact to the victim, his poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change, I am voting to deny discretionary parole release today. Ms. Berry?
Agreed.
Mr. Paul. Okay, so in the matter of Anthony Calder, inmate number 298663, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, the injury and impact caused to the victim, your poor institutional adjustment, and your inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for Anthony Calder, inmate number 298663.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Credits and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating the names on the record, will certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents, available pertinent information and preparation.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Panel Member Barry, good morning.
Good
Also
morning.
present is the board supervisor psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Christopher Purvis, 404-748.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of parole application for Christopher Purvis, inmate number 404-748. He's serving a sentence of 6 years flat for 2 counts of criminal possession of a firearm and threatening first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 30th, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's no signed offender accountability plan, and he hasn't completed any programs at this time. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within a higher range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hi. I'm looking for parole, basically to parole to a detainer. I have a federal detainer. So regardless of whether I get it or not, I mean, after this sentence, I have to start another federal sentence. But I definitely think I should get parole. I don't think that. I mean, I've been in the state for about 4 months. I was in federal custody for about 3 years. I just came back to the state. I wasn't really able to do anything the 4 months I've been here, but I don't know if they have the stuff I was doing while I was in federal custody. I did some like intense programs up there. I really think, I mean, honestly, I just don't really see a need for me to stay in the state, I guess, because by the time this sentence is over, I have a consecutive sentence that also follows the sentence. So it's not, I don't think really.
All right, Mr. Purvis, we're going to take turns asking you some questions to arrive at a decision concerning your suitability for release, whether to discretionary parole or your detainer. We're going to begin the questions with my colleague, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Purvis, I appreciate your opening statements and your declaration that that makes no sense for you to stay in the Connecticut prison when you have another sentence that's currently that you have to serve. I would argue that you're in prison in Connecticut for some very serious charges. You were already on probation when you committed this instant offense. You sat before a panel back in 2020 and they granted you parole. You were released in June, and by August, you were right back with the same stuff with another gun conviction. Do you think that that warrants your being granted discretionary parole?
Well, I would say that, I guess outside looking at, no, actually, I would actually agree with you. I would probably be a little hesitant. Especially with, I mean, even if you send me with parole to the Bureau of Prisons, I'm still technically the state's responsibility. But I will say, like, if you look at the times that stuff happened, that was 2020. We're 6 years down the road. I'm a way different person than I was when a lot of that stuff was going on in my life. That was just like,
I would say that you were a different person too, because 2 years later, you were back with 2 more guns.
yeah, I actually was on the run for a while, but I'm 30 now, and I was 22 and 23 years old when I did some of that stuff. Yeah, I committed those offenses, but I'm more focused on like my future.
In 2022, that would have been 26.
25, I think. I was 25 when I came to jail.
That means that your brain was fully developed and you knew exactly what it was that you were doing and that there were going to be consequences for your actions.
Right.
You know, it's really upsetting to me because I think you sat before the board the last time and you've done so many positive programs. You avoided disciplinary infractions. I mean, you've done very well. And so they found you suitable at that time. And then to learn that 2 months later, you go out and you're in possession of another gun. And then 2 years after that, you have now 2 guns. So that's a total of 3 gun convictions on your record, in addition to you're distributing poison in our communities. And the issue that I take with that is that you don't even struggle with substance abuse. So you're not even, you're peddling this poison, as my colleague would say, to our communities, and it impacts every single one of us. Do you know how?
I 100% know how. And like I said, I'm not here to say you're wrong. I think you're 100% right. And I'm going to continue to say that because you're right. I had a chance. I take 100% accountability. I had a chance. I made parole, and 2 months later, I'm back in jail with another gun charge. I get out and I made bond, and I did the same exact thing. A lot of things are different in my life from back then. I 100% agree with you about peddling poison in the community, and I do understand the impact because even if I don't sell drugs directly to an addict, or it's still a chain effect, it's still a cause effect. That person might have did something to harm somebody to get those drugs. That person might have or just beyond that, that person might have a mom who couldn't bear to see their son or their child do drugs, and they might cause some type of mental stress to them and mental health. I completely understand that, but I try to look forward. I try to just put the best foot forward that I can right now. And as of right now, for the past 3.5 years, almost 3.5 years, I've been ticket free. I went to federal. I went to the Bureau of Prisons. I did a 500-hour program specifically about critical thinking, critical choice making. I volunteered for Connecticut federal program about restorative justice and the impact of your actions, just thinking outside the box, thinking from a different perspective, just like how me and you just spoke about. So I 100% agree with you, but I won't agree with you saying that I've sat in jail for 3.5 years and haven't learned anything. I'm not that person that I was back then. I have a daughter. My perspective on life has changed.
I don't think that I said that you didn't do anything. I didn't say that.
Well, I feel like you kind of like
that may have been your impression that.
Right. Well, that's what I assumed you meant by that.
Okay. But that's not what I said. But okay. And you offered up somewhat of an answer to my question, which was, how does it impact all of us? And I heard you talk a little bit about it, but to be specific, especially with your convictions, so now you're peddling this stuff in our communities. You spoke about somebody's mother you're selling drugs to, or how that cycle continues. But you also have to factor in that when you're selling drugs, people assume that you have money. And that makes you a target for people trying to rob you or hurt you, and so now you need this gun to protect yourself.
Right.
And then the gun violence leads to the hurting of someone else because it's just a vicious cycle, Mr. Purvis. So it impacts all of us. When you bring these illegal guns into our communities, innocent children are dying, innocent adults are dying, and we're all in the crossfire because of your poor decision. So it really does impact our communities very, very greatly. So, and I'm happy that you have gained some insight into your behaviors, and I appreciate your declaration of change. I want to unpack that a little bit more because so far all you've talked to us about is your maturation. I'm older now. Okay, well, we're all older, but as we speak, we're getting older. So what other ways have you changed, Mr. Purvis?
Well, I'll say number one. Well, when I say the word older, I guess I was trying to wrap a lot of things into that one sentence, but it not even the age, it's just the mindset. And I think a lot of my actions and decisions were based on like the mindset that I have when I get home. This kind of I don't have support, which is not an excuse because I don't have support that I need to go sell drugs or do this or do that. It's not an excuse. I do feel like now I'm at a point in the life as far as like with my family being a little bit more connected with them, that I kind of have the support and the accountability aspect that I'm going to need when I get out to kind of try to be productive. And like I said, I've only been in jail 3.5 years. I still have about 6 or 7 more years to go. So I have a lot of time and growth to mature and be a better person. But I know that my mindset has changed, and I know that I'm starting to understand more that, like you said, when you do one thing, sometimes you don't always get to see the domino effect. And I think that was like the good part of the program that I took, the BRAVE program that I took while I was in the feds. It just kind of it just puts you in it almost makes you step outside of your body and then kind of look down on your actions and kind of see like, well, yeah, you might have sold this person some drugs, but you don't understand like what they might have had to do that or get that, and what impacts that might have on their life, whether they stole that money and now that person goes to jail, and then say they go to jail and because of their addiction, they do something in jail and they end up getting hurt or harmed in jail, or just like I said, just the domino effect. It's I can't hear you.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, I don't know if you listened to any of the hearings from the person before you. We had just had a victim sitting here crying to us because something that was very precious to her was stolen, because he's an addict, I mean, it doesn't end. Like, I don't think that, it's a lucrative business, but it also harms so many different families in so many different ways, takes their fathers away from their children. It's just, it's so much bigger than our discussion here today. But in the same vein, I want to acknowledge that you haven't received any disciplinary infractions in almost 3 years. I also want to acknowledge that I do hear some insight from you here today. My concerns, though, are you were on probation already for not a very long period of time when you committed this offense. And I heard you talk about your mentality, and I appreciate that. But it's still concerning that, even when you were on probation, on parole, you weren't making good decisions. I show that you have you had 6 opportunities out in the community, and 4 of those you failed and came back basically with new convictions.
Right.
I'm happy to hear that you have a made up mind to return to the community and do something different with your life. I'm hoping that you follow through with that. What are your long-term goals?
So what I was just kind of speaking about, so as far as like my family, just being a little bit more connected to them and just having a little bit more support. My father has a trucking company, so my goal is just being the fact that I have so much time after this, I'm trying to do this CDL program, and they have this like project manager certification. So I'm just trying to. I kind of just already sat down and had, came to the decision like I need to make like a realistic choice on like a career path. And I'm not saying it's the end all be all with having a felony, but it's going to, to realistically get a job to where I can support me, my daughter, my family. I think those are like the best career paths for me. And I think it's like just easier just being the fact that my father, he was like, hey, you get your CDL and do the book part while you're in prison, come home and do the driving part. And he's like, that's just, those are like little steps that you can make to show that, hey, like, you're changed, or you're trying to change, or you're going to be changed. Like, don't come home with the same mentality of like, hey, let me get some drugs and go here and sell them and do this, and just put yourself back in the same like repeat pattern.
Talk to us a little bit about. I appreciate that you have some goals set for yourself. I do, because hopefully that will help prevent you from doing the same mess all over again. But talk to us about the threatening first conviction.
So the threatening first, once again, 100% my fault. I won't, even when I, get into it, I don't want to seem like I'm shifting the blame. I was basically somebody that I was dealing with. They took my phone and they were doing we were just going back and forth, and she had went in the car and locked the door, and we were yelling back and forth, and I was hitting the gun on the window trying to get the phone back.
Wow.
It's trying to intimidate her, honestly.
Oh, that worked, I'm sure.
Trying to, I mean, like I said, I'm not sitting here trying to like get any reprieve. I know exactly 100% what I did was wrong. I was tapping the gun on the window, trying to kind of like, like, hey, give me my phone back.
Yeah.
And it kind of boiled from there. I mean,
Were you smoking marijuana when you did this?
Yes. Yeah.
How about when you were passed out at the intersection? Why were you asleep in the car?
That was in 2020. Yeah, that was another. Yeah, I was high. I kind of passed out in the car. My best friend had died that night.
Huh?
My best friend had died that night, so it was like a somber night. It was
Marijuana gets you so intoxicated that it makes you fall asleep in the car while you're waiting at an intersection?
Yeah, and I had drinking alcohol. I don't know if it's in the report, but I don't drink alcohol. So that was kind of like a bad night for me. Somebody real close to me died. So it was a bad night. In the car,
out in the open, in the seat next to you.
Yeah, 2019.
At an intersection. I don't care when it happened. It's still crazy.
No, it was 8/20/2020.
Oh, 2000. Yeah, no, I'm not saying the time frame matters. I'm just saying, yeah, like I'm trying to just be sure on the details. Yeah, I was sleeping in the car at the intersection.
That's craziness. Just so that you know.
I 100% agree.
So Mr. Purvis, and I'm glad that you said it. You hit the nail on the head that you didn't want to minimize your responsibility for all of this, but all of this is craziness. And I'm glad that you're done with it. And I'm hoping that you follow through with it, because, you have two choices when you continue with this behavior: death or prison. That's it. And by the time that you're done, you have 72 months with the feds.
Plus 5 years on top of that.
Right, of supervision. So I'm trying to figure out how old.
No, not supervision. No, 5 years of added jail time.
Oh, I see 5 years of supervision.
Yep.
No, that's incorrect. No, that's a consecutive 5-year sentence out of New Haven Federal Court.
Consecutive 72-month sentence.
Out of Vermont Federal. And then I have a Connecticut federal sentence that is 60 months consecutive to the state sentence.
Yeah, I saw that. So you have two, one in Vermont for 72 months and one in the federal for 60 months. That's consecutive to this sentence that you're serving now.
Yes, ma'am.
And then 5 years. Oh, it said 5 years supervision. So that's where the mix up is. Because the 60 months is 5 years.
Yeah, that supervision is tacked on after the federal time. So So once my sentence in 2000, my state sentence should end in 2029. I mean, I don't plan on catching any tickets or doing anything to push that date back. I would start a 5-year sentence in the feds that will push my end of sentence date to 2034. And then after that, I have to do 5 years of probation with the feds.
That's good. Okay. That's what I thought you had super, okay. So in the 72-month sentence is currently running. Is that right?
That's from Vermont federal and the Connecticut state.
And when does that end?
That ends the Vermont federal sentence.
Yes.
It ends up, if I'm not mistaken, in I believe 2029. They end at the same date. I think that it runs a little bit longer than this, just like a month or two longer than this. Because the feds, they do 85%. The state does like a 50% or something like that.
Do you hear it? Like at 30 years old, you're juggling this sentence and that sentence. It's too much, Mr.
Right.
Purvis. Like listen, I don't want to beat around the bush here. You sound good today, and but this is a whole lot to just overlook. So I'm going to turn the hearing back over to the chair at this time and see if my colleagues have any other questions, because I appreciate your speaking with me. Thank you.
Mr. Pohl?
I have no question.
Okay. And I was on Mr. Purvis's 2020 discretionary parole hearing and granted him that. So that's it for the questions. Except you want a sponsor to your girlfriend, and this is the same victim of your threatening one?
Yeah, those charges were dropped, but I don't know.
No,
Once again,
no, that's part of your sentence.
I mean, there was no protective order, but I'm not paroling her out. There's no way for me to parole.
But she is the victim of your threatening conviction.
Yes.
And
yes, but there's no way for me to parole.
Of your
I don't understand.
daughter, the woman was pregnant when you were threatening to shoot her in front of her grandmother because you wanted to take her car. I got that right?
No, I wanted my phone back, but.
We're done with the questions, Mr. Purvis. Please don't interrupt. Ms. Berry?
Honestly, I'm gonna pass it back to you guys. I'm interested. I actually did have a decision. And it was only one reason that I had for denial, and that was his criminal history. So I'm interested in hearing what you all have to say. I mean, especially when we start playing into all these other sentences, and I mean, we don't have to speak to that. I mean, we're speaking about suitability. So the detainers really shouldn't be factored in. So I mean,
the guns, it's just ridiculous. And coupling guns with domestic violence just shoots the risk right off the charts. And he hasn't taken a domestic violence program. In fact, when he was released in 2020, he was supposed to take anger management, which I'm guessing didn't happen.
I did in the feds. I took that in the feds.
On the short length he was out in the community.
I saw that he finished it, anger management in 2020. Yeah. I mean, I see
it was a condition on his discretionary parole release.
In the community, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What do you think, Mr. B?
He has a standing criminal protective order against him until 2085, but that's a different victim. Your thoughts, Mr. Pohl?
So my thoughts are that he's not going home today. And I'd really rather have one agency handle everything. And so he's not going to see the street until after our end sentence. So I would rather see him some support from the federal system, job training, anything like that, support that he can get. And I understand it's not acknowledging and holding to account what happened here. But he's not, if we make the decision to parole, it is not, he is going home to parole. It's going to the federal system to,
Provide or, yeah.
you know, to have the opportunity of a full piece of time to do whatever it is that he needs to do there. So I would support parole.
And so I think that that's what my issue is. I know that he's not going home. I do. I don't think that that's my issue. My issue is that he has done so poorly, and the type of crimes that he's committed. Like I know that he's going to be with us for a really long time. I was asking him about the other sentences just to see how old he would be when he finished. And I mean, he's up in his 40s. By the time he's done with the supervision to follow his sentences. So, I honestly am I'm torn because I'm just like, he does have those other sentences, but he's done so poorly with us that I don't want to say it's a reward because it isn't. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
But we're looking at the suitability piece and I'm struggling getting there. I really, really am.
I had originally come in with a deny and a rehear so that he could take the new thoughts that's on his OAP voices. And I really think he needs a domestic violence program if he's going to use a gun to intimidate his partner to get what he wants. So that could be a compromise.
I think that but that's still not going. See, my whole thing, I'm stuck on the types of crimes. So,
okay, but you were also talking about suitability.
yes.
And this would give him a chance to become suitable by taking some programs to benefit himself.
Okay. All right. I think that is a fair compromise and that we'll be able to see him demonstrate some more evidence of offender change, more than just his discussion with us. So,
or more than just going 3 years without an ER. I have June
I
of
did
2027.
domestic violence in the feds already. I did that in the Bureau of Prison.
So I have June of 2027, which would put him out a year and a half early, which, you know, is pretty generous considering all the gun convictions.
June of 2027. That's what, 9 months away? That is generous. Okay.
So reasons today being,
So just, I just need to sort my own head out here. So we're gonna hold him for him to do what programs?
the ones on his OAP, and I would like to see him take domestic violence. He has a history with stalking, protective order violations, threatening, and assaults. So inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change. This is committed on probation.
I honestly do hear some offender change. So I wouldn't use that as a reason. I would use his criminal history because that's a concern to me. And his poor performance under supervision, which again will not change.
Are you on board for the reader?
June
I'm just struggling.
27.
Mhm.
It's, yeah,
Okay, so in the matter of Christopher Purvis, inmate number 404748, there's a motion to deny parole at this time due to your criminal history, your poor performance on community release, and your inadequate program participation. I further move to rehear you in June of 2027 with the recommendation that you remain free of disciplinary issues and you complete positive programs there in the facility and come back prepared to explain to us how you have benefited from those programs. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied. We'll see you next year, sir.
All right.
Concludes the hearing for Christopher Purvis, inmate number 404-748.
You got a taper. Not a second, I can only do, I gotta do a program. Do it, program.
Good morning.
They want.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Bryant. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Morning, Mike Paul.
Panel Member Barry.
Also present.
Good morning.
Psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Daniel Martinez, 353-864.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Daniel Martinez, 353-864. He's serving a sentence of 7 years and 6 months, execution suspended after 5 years with 6 years and 2 months of probation to follow for violation of probation, sexual assault second, risk of injury, and the register. Today records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 28, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan. It shows the offender has completed the short track problem sexual behavior and new thoughts programs. Additionally, he's participated in the Yale Prison Education Initiative. He remains on the waiting list for an addiction services referral, a job assignment, a vocational referral, voices, and anger management. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the standard 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I understand that I don't seem like a good candidate. I understand that for all intents and purposes, I have not done well at cooperating with supervision. That seems to be the main pitfall that I have. I also just would like to say that I believe that I am, for the first time in my life, honestly ready to be accountable, that I'm ready to not be selfish and not make decisions just based on whims. I'm married. I want to be able to be a husband and an uncle and a brother and a son and eventually a father that I can actually be proud of instead of what I am right now, which is none of that. I'm almost 40. I feel like I'm at a crossroads where my options right now are either leave all this behind or have this be my life. And I can't let the latter happen. I'm in a unit full of lifers and guys who are 20, 30 years older than me. And I can't let this be who I am. I know that for all intents and purposes, I have everything counting against me. I've never given any real proof in the community as to why you should believe anything I have to say right now. And all I can really say is, if you give me this chance, I can prove that I am not who I was. I am not here to make the same decisions, and I'm ready to cooperate and be held accountable regardless of what that entails. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. We're going to ask some questions of you in order to arrive at a decision. We're going to begin with my colleague, Mr. Pohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning.
Why are you there?
In jail?
Yep.
I refused to cooperate with my probation. I decided that I didn't feel like attending groups and reporting on a weekly basis. I decided that I was going to take it into my own hands to do what I wanted to do and not follow the stipulations set forth for me. And I have made these decisions with only myself in mind for a large portion of my life.
So what was up with the phone?
I didn't feel like I should be barred from having what essentially is a very common thing that everyone has. I understand, obviously, that the stipulations are set forth for a reason. I felt like it was unnecessary, and obviously having one wasn't all that necessary. It wasn't really benefiting my life in any way. It was kind of just me feeling like I was doing what I wanted.
So are you prepared to abide by the rules when it comes to the phone now?
I will have a flip phone or no phone at all. I have no issue whatsoever.
You removed your GPS bracelet.
Yes.
And obviously, if you're released again, that's more than likely a piece of your supervision.
Yes.
Are you ready to comply with that?
Yes. I'll admit the reason I removed it is because my probation officer had told me that when I got there, he was going to violate me. And it was a mixture of being afraid of COVID. It was a mixture of just not wanting to come back to jail. I've always been afraid to just face the consequences of my actions head on. And again, like, I don't really have the choice. Either I have to face them or they're just gonna keep being more. And I'm not prepared for there to keep being more.
Also, you were given the real opportunity to have a REACH program, right?
Yes.
And you chose to leave without notice.
Yes.
So where are you with that?
I was there for over 8 months. I understand that I was given an opportunity that a lot of people don't really get and that it's hard to get into. I was at a point where just the circumstances, I was in New Haven that I'm unfamiliar with. I had a roommate who I really didn't have the best rapport and relationship with. But now I have 100 roommates that I don't necessarily have the best rapport and relationship with. And like I said, I either have to learn how to face whatever is thrown at me head on and handle it appropriately, or it's just going to keep piling up. And I'm, for all intents and purposes, I'm dealing with the core of this issue is from when I was 21 years old. I'm 37. And the only person I have to blame is myself for not abiding by my probation and cooperating with my supervisors. And I recognize that ultimately the job of my supervision isn't to put me back in here, it's to keep me out. And if I'm not utilizing that appropriately, that's my fault, and I'm making their lives harder. Like I have damaged relationships. I have damaged the victim in this case, and who knows about her family, my own loved ones, the amount of supervisors who have had to deal with my refusal to cooperate with them and my refusal to acknowledge like things that are essentially pretty simple reporting and not having a phone. And I, like I said, I recognize that I made a lot of really dumb decisions, and on paper, it just looks like I am at a refusal to do what needs to be done. And I can admit that I was, but I truly am. I understand that if I do this again, this is just going to be, it's a revolving door. I'm just going to come right back. And I'm ready to be held accountable. I'm ready to put all this behind me. I'm ready to come home and get a job and contribute to my household and not leave my wife in a situation where she's single income with the way the world is right now, trying to figure all this out, because it's not fair to her. It's not fair to whoever has to be responsible for supervising me to have to deal with this. And I know that I am smarter than this. I know that I'm better than the circumstances that I've forced myself into, and nobody's forcing me into these circumstances. I'm forcing myself into them by just doing what I want. And if I can abide by the rules and regulations and what's going on in here in essentially a hostile environment, then there's no reason that I shouldn't be able to do so when I'm being given all the support I could possibly need in the community.
Right. You also have two failure to registers. You know,
Yes.
you're on the sex offender registry until November
Next year, yes.
2027, right?
Yes.
You know that if you don't keep them aware of everything that's going on,
It's another violation.
It's another criminal offense.
Yes.
Do you have any problem with maintaining your registry?
No. I will say the reason that I didn't continue with the registry was mostly because of my violation status and trying to avoid reincarceration. I admit, like, that's obviously just doubling and tripling down on the situation. And it's like I said, I've made a lot of really poor decisions, and I'm ready to prove that I can make proper ones and do things the way that they're supposed to be done.
Okay. You had the New Thoughts program while you were in.
Yes.
kind of shows.
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about that program and the effect it had on you?
I feel like really one of the main things that it made me recognize is I have spent much of my life being selfish. I can put that, I can sit here and try to finger the blame in a million places, but ultimately the only person there is to blame for that is myself. I was spoiled as a child. I had everything I could have wanted, and it seems like I always wanted more. I feel like everything, I take everything or did, I took everything as a slight. Anything that seemed like it was being imposed upon me was like a punishment, when in reality, not everything has to be looked at that way. I have to start paying attention to not just how things affect me in the moment and like the immediate future, but how things affect everyone around me and me in the long term. Because that's something I've always struggled with. I've always struggled with, oh, right now I'm going to cut my bracelet and I'm not going to go back to jail. But 5 years, 4 years, 3 years down the line, where am I? I'm back in jail. Like at the moment, it sounds like a great idea. And then as the time passes, clearly it's not. And it's not fair to my elderly parents. It's not fair to my spouse. It's not fair to my siblings, to my nephew, to my supervisors, to bosses at jobs. It's not fair to anybody to constantly have to make up for my lack when my lack is legitimately only me making decisions to be lacking. I know that I have what it takes to succeed. I know I have what it takes to abide by the rules and regulations that are being set forth for me. I know that I have to stop looking at things as black and white and start recognizing that there's a gray area. And just because I don't like the way something is working out doesn't mean that it's a punishment necessarily. Most of the time, especially in my cases, it's a consequence of my own decision making. And whether that decision was made a year ago or last week or 10, 15, 20 years ago, there's still gonna be fallout and like aftermath based on the choices that I make. And it shouldn't be that difficult for me to make positive decisions. And I'm recognizing that it's really not.
Yeah, the opportunity to take the short-term sex offender program.
I did.
What did you glean from that?
Honestly, when we were going over risk factors and things like that, I feel like my main issues are, I have a problem with authority. I have a problem with supervision. That goes all the way back to my parents, all the way down the line through jobs and school and supervision. When I was younger, substances were definitely a big problem. Substances played a role in my offense. I have made a conscious effort to stay away from alcohol. That's one of the probation stipulations that I haven't really had an issue with. I recognize that I need to make changes, because if I don't like the way things are, the only way to fix them is by making changes. I can't constantly expect changes to happen from every other avenue and for me to just be able to continue on the way that I am. I feel like that's been a big part of my struggle, is I want everything around me to assimilate to me and I don't want to assimilate to it. And I know that these things are all in place for my own safety and my own well-being, the safety and well-being of the community. There's a reason why all of these things exist. And if I could just stay out of trouble for long enough, I would probably start to recognize that probation will ease up and will be more lenient and will be more understanding. But I expect that immediately as after I walk in and introduce myself. And that's never going to happen because my track record doesn't warrant it. And I know that now.
So you talked about alcohol. What about
Yes.
pills?
Those also, I don't abuse anything. I learned my lesson for the most part with that. I did have my medical marijuana prescription when I was out most recently in 2020, 21, 22. I went about that appropriately. I sat down with a therapist. I got a prescription. I don't touch anything that isn't directly prescribed to me. I feel like I was using self-medication as a means to ignore the circumstances of my life. It's just one more layer to me doing whatever I could possibly do to avoid the reality that my problems lie with me and not with anybody else. And I feel like I've gotten myself out of that part of it pretty well. And I'm at a point where the non-drug and substance abuse stuff is all mental, and I'm really like trying to make sure that my brain is in the right place for me to, whether it's soon or it's in 2 years when I EOS, I can't let my mindset be what it was because I'm just going to land right back here.
That makes sense. So you're also involved with the Yale Prison Initiative.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Right now I am taking international relations, and Friday mornings I take, there's a capstone program. So since we can't really do like majors in here because of the circumstances, for the degree completion, we do a capstone, which is basically just like an overarching project that like encompasses whatever we feel like we've learned. I'm about 20 credits away from my associate's degree. There is re-entry. I've been speaking with them a little bit because even if I end up going to my end of sentence, I would still like to be able to remain in good standing and contact with them. They are willing, whether I go to the New Haven area and try to continue through UNH or wherever, they're willing to help try to get me enrolled in school wherever's close to where I end up. They are like firmly committed to trying to like help me complete my education, which is something that I feel like I've always had the potential for and I've always wanted to do and never really followed through with, because again, I come home and I don't think about going to school. I think about how I can just continue doing whatever it is that I want to do. And I feel like this is something that's really good for me as far as like how I've been spending my time. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of writing. I don't really have a ton of spare time. I end up writing 10-page papers every month. So there's not really a lot of time for much other than school right now. But I also feel like that was a good way for me to use my time. It was a process. They interview, there's like a couple hundred people who apply every year. Then they interview like 40 or so, and they only accept 12 per year. So I got lucky enough to get in on my first try, which I feel like kind of reaffirms that like I know that I'm smart enough to make something of myself. It's just time to either apply or let this be my life. And I can't let myself keep doing this.
Well, I appreciate that. And I just, we have the letter, regarding employment.
Yes.
That's there. We also had a couple insightful letters from your spouse and your father.
Yes.
Talking about, you and your experience and their experience with you and such. So I appreciate you answering my questions this morning. That's all.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Martinez, you talked to my colleague about the restrictions that were imposed as part of your supervision as being the consequences of your crimes.
Yes.
But I want to also suggest to you that the professionals who are responsible for supervising you might know better than you, because they have dealt with many people similarly situated to you. And the treatment programs would know that having a cell phone creates a high risk, especially for someone such as yourself who's addicted to pornography.
Yes.
So, putting those guardrails in place is intended to help you build towards your own recovery, not
Yes.
punitive in nature, not a consequence, but part of the nature of your offense requires that kind of oversight. And, I know you've taken Tier 2 twice on your prior bids. And people in recovery are cautioned against getting in new relationships, for the first year while you're, navigating life
Yes.
clean and sober. And you, in that time frame, found your now wife on the internet.
Yes.
And you brought her to sleep with you in the Reach bed, which you knew was prohibited. And then she helped you when you decided to cut and run with being unaccountable and moving state to state. So you've drawn her into your own nefarious behavior on supervision. And I'm concerned in what I read in the Center for the Treatment of Problem Sexual Behavior evaluation that was done in January, because you said she comes to see you almost every day, 7 days a week. Is that
Yes.
still the case?
Yes.
Okay. And that you use all of your 6 calls with her every day.
For the most part, yes.
I mean, how is she having any kind of life? It just raised a red flag for me about boundaries. And what a healthy relationship looks like. And it really sounds like she's living for you and doing this bid right alongside you.
So she did not know initially about, she thought I convinced her in those early days, I convinced her that my probation was over. She was not with me when I cut my bracelet, and I was honest with her.
Okay.
I know.
Okay,
I was
so
honest with her
you
about that.
manipulated and lied to her.
I did in the beginning,
And
yes.
drew her into your orbit and then
Yes.
married her. So, and you guys have never had a normal relationship, right? Because it's been on the run and it's been
Yes.
state to state, and now you want her to be your sponsor.
She holds me accountable. We have gotten to a point
Okay,
where,
but Mr. Martinez, you're 37 years old.
yes,
That should be your own responsibility
I
for
know that.
yourself. I mean, because
I know that.
otherwise you move into the area of codependency if you're looking for
Yes.
her to be the one to hold you accountable.
So I'm not looking for her to hold me accountable. She also holds me accountable. Like it's a relationship. Like she doesn't just come here every day. I've told her before, it's not my decision. I've told her before that she doesn't, I don't like force her into coming here on a daily basis. I don't tell her to do any of that. I convinced her recently to have her brother, she was like, oh, he wants to come visit. And I told her to have him fly out here. I promote her having friendships. I promote her doing things on her days off. Like I don't try to force her into me being her main solitary focus. Like, that's not my objective here. I want her to have a normal life and be in a normal situation and have normal friends and do regular things. Like, I'm not like, I don't want you to think that I'm like masterminding some weird codependency and I'm like trying to force her to look at me as like the center of the universe. I don't want any of that. Like, I strive
calling her
strive
6
to make
times
her
a day. I mean, that seems somewhat obsessive. Talk to
she
me
wants me
about
to
your
call.
addiction to pornography.
It stems from when I was young. My father had videotapes and magazines.
Talk to me about
and
the current state of your addiction to pornography.
currently, I don't view pornography. I don't have access to pornography. I don't.
Okay, across the various documents that I read, you were preoccupied with it, you were obsessed with it, and you used it in your relationship with your wife, and now you're desensitized to it.
Yes.
You believe it to be a problem for you, sir.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So how do you anticipate managing that?
Abiding by my stipulations. Like you just said, they're put there for a reason. These people know more than I do, even if I want to believe that I do. Even if I want to believe that I have it all figured out and I have all the ideas and I know everything, there's people who are in a professional capacity when it comes to this stuff for a reason. I clearly it's an issue, and clearly if these are things that we're talking about in the Track 1 program, in the connection program, these things are included in the discussions for a reason, probably likely because they can play a part and they can play an issue. And if I have to prove that I can leave it alone, if I have to I just went multiple years without access to pornography. If I just have to come home and stop looking at it, I'm already almost 3 years into that. I can just leave it alone.
Well, it's like substance use. You need a relapse prevention plan.
Yes.
Because there was a reason you were triggered, and that became a solution to whatever mood or feeling or thoughts that you were having, that your obsessive use of it, and that's what happens with drugs as well as pornography, that you ultimately become desensitized. You need more, you need it more graphic, you need, and so just being in a controlled environment like prison where you don't have access to it is kind of artificial. And you actually need to have a relapse prevention plan of how you're going to cope when the same feelings and moods raise, the idea of escaping with pornography. So there's lots more work to be done there. Can you define for me what consent means in the context of sexual intimacy?
Yes, consent is both parties being sober, being of age, both parties being on the same playing field, no level of authority, no level of coercion, no level of any kind of convincing or force or anything of that nature. Consent is two people being firmly in the same mind frame and with the same understanding of what a situation entails, and consent can be withdrawn at any moment, at any point, for any reason. And once it is, that's the end of it. There is no trying to, well, this, that, no, that's it. Once it's withdrawn, it's over. And it has to be mutually understood what is being consented to, no more, no less. It has to be very plain and simple.
So when there is intoxication on the part of either party, right, there can't be consent. And we know that predators will often use alcohol
Yes.
or drugs to impair the victim. And
Yes,
that makes the use of force unnecessary because the victim is already impaired. And so, mitigating there was no force when there was intoxication is no less an issue of responsibility.
yes,
And when you said of age, you understand that that means it is both parties' responsibility to know and confirm the age of the
Yes.
person that they are suggesting intimacy with.
yes.
Ms. Berry, any questions for Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not.
Okay, so that's it for the questions. Mr. Martinez, give us just a few minutes. Mr. Pohl?
Okay,
Madam Chair. So, Mr. Martinez is here for violation of probation. Very straightforward. He did not comply in several different ways, including a couple of failures to registers. Since he's been back, he's engaged in appropriate programming, the short-term sex offender program, New Thoughts, the Yale Prison Initiative. He has gleaned understanding. His what he's told us today is he understands what the situation is when it comes to people who are minors. And he also has agreed to comply with all of those things which he had failed to comply with before. He has a sponsor that's to be worked out with DOC, or halfway house that suggests that he added in case that's a problem. He has a letter in his file of promise of employment. He has also letters of support from his spouse and father and family members. I would support his parole today so that he can engage in treatment for family sexual behavior in the community, have the supervision that he needs to go back into society.
Ms. Berry, where are you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are several concerns that I had for Mr. Martinez, and one of them being his statement that he bumped heads with his supervising officer, so he stopped reporting. I know you talked about his being under supervision, and it's not really going to be, what's different. So what happens the next time that he doesn't get along with his officer? That said, he has not been on parole. He was denied the last time he came before the board, and he has not completed sex offender treatment out in the community. So I really believe that with parole officers having arresting powers, Mr. Martinez would be returned immediately if he decided that he did not want to comply. And he sounds like he is motivated. So I too would support discretionary parole today with several conditions.
All right, I will not be voting for parole for Mr. Martinez. As he said in his opening statement, that he offers us nothing that would have us believe him.
Right. I don't.
And he's ready to cooperate now because he wants discretionary parole. And the fact that he scores out high as a sex offender and very high on scores instrument and has never been successful on community release it to me, you know, I hope he means the things that he says, but he has a history of being deceptive. You know, back down to the 2010 conviction for the sexual assault that has brought all this to us in 2026. So it's a no for me. Okay, so what are your conditions?
I have no alcohol, half-house placement if necessary. Treatment for child sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole, information, restriction on pornography, enhanced internet device monitor, general no contact with KP, and a general no contact with history for the line people, co-defendants, you know, Celine, Brett Colbert, and Joseph Drew.
I was thinking that KP would be a no contact with victim.
I was thinking that as well. I mean, because it's a violation of probation, I still have them as co-defendants and as victims. So that's just my. But everything that Mr. Poole said for conditions, which is a lot, and will be difficult for Mr. Martinez, I do have those conditions as well.
So in the matter of Daniel Martinez, inmate number 353864, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of August 26, 2026. With the following conditions: no consumption of alcohol, halfway house placement if needed, problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, no contact with minors, restriction on pornography, enhanced internet and device monitoring, no contact with victim KP, and no contact with co-defendants Dino Celine, Brett Kohler, and Joseph Zaru. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. So by majority decision, Mr. Martinez has been granted discretionary parole today.
Thank
This
you.
concludes the hearing for Daniel Martinez, inmate number 353864.
So Michael, right? Yep. Let me call him again, see if he comes away. They say anything, you know?
Yeah, I think he's coming back. They're coming back shortly.
Did they say anything before they left? They say anything to you?
No.
We can still see you. We're in a quick recess. We'll be back in a minute, Les.
All right, thank you.
All right, the board is back in session at this time.
Excuse me?
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. It's the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information and preparations.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Morning, Mike Paul.
Panel Member Barry.
Also present is the board supervisor psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Morning, how you doing? My name is Jose Velez, 360-512.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jose Velez, inmate number 360512. He's serving a sentence of 5 years and 6 months flat for robbery first and larceny first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 29, 2026. There's no victim in this case. There's an offender accountability plan. It's been reviewed. It shows that the offender hasn't completed any programs during his current incarceration. He remains on the waiting list for new thoughts, a job assignment, vocational referral, and alternative surveillance. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes, morning, how you doing? I wrote something that I please read it.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I would like to for the members of the parole board to give me a moment and a chance to apologize to the victim in my case, as well as his family. If you're hearing me and watching this right now, I am so sorry from the bottom of my heart. Being incarcerated made me reflect and understand that with my action, I may have caused you to carry fear, grief, trauma, anger, and cost you financial loss. To carry in loss as well as emotional trauma, emotional pain to you, and I'm so sorry for what I did and what happened that day. Also, I apologize to your family and mine for putting them through emotional, physical, psychological pain because of my actions and choices from that day on. Also, I apologize to the community and the Woodbury Police Department for my crime and what I put you guys through, as well as everyone involved. Also, to the parole members of the board here present, I'm sorry for everyone. I cannot change what I did that day, but I choose to live differently, to be a good man, not only for me, but for everyone as well to the community. This is my second time incarcerated, doing time in which I've been rehabilitating myself by buying courses and and getting certificates and doing courses in the new app in our tablet called Adobo, and watching videos and reading ready for reentry courses, thinking for the future, seeds of success, navigating trauma and PTSD, critical thinking for better, judgment and decisions making, independence program, the second sentence, understanding post-incarceration syndrome, building your individualized reentry plan. Recovery starts with case crime accountability, evaluation, job seeking with criminal record, rebuild your life, anger management, the words Jesus taught, institutional ministry, survival mode, purpose mode, leadership, sales time management. This is what I've been occupying my time with, learning how to be a complete changed man, learning how to make good decisions, to think before acting, to make a different in the society, to make a big difference in the society. I only ask for a second chance to the parole members of the board to give me the opportunity to a second chance and grant me parole, to put me in a halfway house or any programs that you guys have, or a parole house. I have a good job coming home at Weathertight System as a roofer. I will be working there until I save the money necessary that I need to start my construction business back up, to give opportunity to others as well. Also, I will be going to different programs to learn and volunteering to help others to make the right decision and choices in life, to help them understand the crimes don't fix nothing and don't help if it only hurts people like the victim, their family, and our as well as our community and officers, judges, prosecutors, lawyers, and parole members by causing trauma and emotion to everyone involved. Also being here, I got to know God and accept God in my life. I also will be going to church. I already talked to our pastor here. I will be going to his service in the world as well. I am chained. Man, I haven't cashed any DR tickets in over a year because I changed for forever. I'm a different man nowadays. Christ lived in me. I apologize to the victim again, in my case and his family, well as mine, for putting everyone through emotional and physiological pain. Also to all the victims out there, sorry. I am a different man. I'm 41 years old. Please, my life is on God's hand and on your hand. Give me a second opportunity to grant parole today. I have strong support nowadays. My family, mother, sister, brother, my 2 kids, and my soon-to-be wife. Thank you for your time to hear these words out of my heart. And I'm sorry for having you guys here because of my bad decision and actions. I wrote it this morning. I didn't want to leave nothing else. I've been thinking through the years about the victims and stuff that I've done. I also did certificates. I've been buying certificates all over the world, doing certificates. I got 20 certificates in Adobo. I had spoke to the parole Ryan to try to get you guys those certificates from the tablet. He said he can't do it. He said my family got to send them in. So that was recently they had put those. I got 20 certificates there. So I've been occupying myself. I can't go and walk out the cell and go into a program. I can only do what I could work with my hands. So I ain't going out of my way and ordering courses as employment courses, anger management course, offender correction course, personal responsibility course, and
Yes, sir.
AVP. So I put everything, I give everything to Brian. I also
We
give
have-
him
We're
all
all
the
set,
requests.
sir. Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry
All
about that.
right. So why are you before us?
Excuse me?
Why are you before us?
Because of my crime that I committed.
And I'm asking you to tell me about that.
Okay, I went home. I was in a halfway house, completed the halfway house. And when I left the halfway house, and the address The address I had at that moment, I couldn't stay there. I'm saying, so it's my first time ever doing time in jail. So I was nervous of coming back into prison, which led me to being around the wrong person and caught me into a different type of bid. I mean, it led me to these bad choices and leading into hanging out with the wrong person and ended up here with this case.
So Mr. Pagan was a friend of yours.
Yes, I know him
Okay.
from a child.
All right. And you cooked up this idea to have him meet your friend to be interviewed for possible work.
Yes, I was a supervisor in the company.
Uh-huh. How long had you been with the company?
I met him through one of my buddies that used to work because I had a construction business. So he used to work for me. So when I got home, I seen him when I was walking to a program from the halfway house. He introduced me to the guy. So I met him in the halfway house and gave me work. So I started working for him, and then like a month and
You
a half.
met the victim at the halfway house?
I met him through another person that used to work for me before. He was a contractor as well.
The question was, how long had you been working for it?
I worked for him about I was in the halfway house for 2 months before I got the job. So I say about 8 months, 9 months.
And then what happened? You brought him to meet your employer?
Yes,
And
I
then
met.
what happened?
I met with I was with my employer that morning. We was going to check a couple of job sites. It was raining that day. So it was me and him. So my guy had called me in the morning because I already had talked to him about getting him on a job. So he had called me that morning, and I told the employer, the boss, about him. So we went and met up with Pagan that morning.
And what happened?
That morning when we was in the car, we jumped in the car, right? In the truck. He jumped in the truck and behind the truck, and he started staying. And we drove around. I introduced him to him. We was gonna help him get a ground job in a roofing company as a groundsman. And that day, I didn't know he was doing drugs. He was on dope, and he started stating to the boss that he needed money to get high, whatever, to dose sick, whatever that they call that. And I just at that moment I went to the other company we used to work for to grab a check from the company.
Mr. Velez, I don't find you being very forthcoming with the crime of robbery first and larceny first that you've been convicted of.
No, they went to the bank. They went to the bank. Officially, they went to the bank, and whatever happened, he committed. So I take full responsibility that I was the one responsible for sending them, and I was there at the moment. You know what I'm saying?
And you took $10,000.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. He gave the money to Pagan, and Pagan gave me $10,000. Yes, ma'am.
But he didn't give the money to Pagan, did he? He was being robbed.
Well, at that moment, I thought, yeah, he definitely was being robbed. Yes.
And the victim was told that you all had friends that were watching his family and threatened to kill them if the victim called the police.
That part I can't tell you that because it was never brought up at that moment when the robbery or whatever that statement was never brought up when we was present because he dropped us off after that. He didn't went to the police that day. He went the next day. He never mentioned because I just came home. We didn't have nobody watching his house or whatever he's saying that we threatened him with that.
I'm not saying you did have somebody watching, but you made him think you did.
I didn't make him think that.
Okay. So why would you take $10,000 and implicate yourself in this robbery?
That was my mistake. That was my fault. I can't make no excuses for that, man. It was bad choices, something I would never even thought I would did in my life and never would even do in my life. You know what I'm saying? So I never had a criminal record. I always worked, always had my company. It was just bad decision, man. I can't make no excuses for that. I take
Well,
full
your
responsibility.
criminal history goes back to 2007. And it does involve your home improvement business, which you're telling us you want to revive. Was it registered with the state?
Yes. That was when that happened. I was doing a job for a homeowner. The homeowner didn't want us to finish the job, so we went in. She went into court and all that stuff, but nothing happened. I paid it. I paid the money back to the person for the material. You know what I'm saying? I paid my guys, and that was that. You know what I'm saying? She hired somebody else to finish the job site.
What progress have you made on your GED?
I've been going to school. I've been going to school. I've been whatever they've been giving me. Also, I signed up for culinary arts, and I've been applying for jobs here and everything like that.
Again,
too.
Mr. Velez, what progress have you made on your GED?
Progress? I don't know how that is. It's my first time. I just go to school, this and that. We still doing the semesters. They still moving people around for the GED.
Have you taken any of the preliminary tests?
Preliminary tests? Yes.
Which ones?
I don't remember which one. I know I did a couple tests. I don't remember which one, man. I can't tell you.
So you do understand that these disciplinary reports interfere
Yes.
with you being able to take the programs on your OAP. That's
Yes.
how it works. You get a DR and it pushes you further away from the programs.
Yes. But I've
So
been
why 12 DRs?
I've been ticket free. The 6 I caught here.
1 year, but you accumulated 12. The most recent was conspiracy to convey contraband. July
1
of
year.
last year.
I have to,
6. Yes.
15 total, yeah.
that's,
What was that about?
No, it's 12 tickets. I beat the other ones. I didn't cop out to the other ones.
You do realize that we see people serving even longer sentences than yours that have no disciplinary
Yes,
report.
ma'am.
So
Yes,
what
ma'am.
was the conveying contraband?
The conveying contraband, they said I had paper on my TV. They said it was Deuce. It was K2. They
Excuse
said it
me?
was K. The piece of paper, the contraband was the piece of paper that it was next to my TV. They said it was tested positive for K2.
And did it?
I just copped out to the ticket, not the last one. I didn't cop out, so I beat that one. I cop out to the ticket. I just didn't want to do more time in segregation. You need to fight a ticket. It's 15 days. This is. I don't got a criminal record in prison, man. It's just the conveying. I copped out to it, and they gave me a section split photo to conveying and the conspiracies.
You do know that the phone calls are recorded, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Now I do. Yeah. Yes.
So you have special parole running from
Yes,
your
ma'am.
prior robbery first
Yes, ma'am.
through February of 2032.
Yes.
This new sentence ends in July of 2027.
Yes.
So you do have a period of special parole that you will be accountable to. How do you anticipate doing that successfully?
I'm participating doing that successfully, going home, starting, first thing, getting to work, starting my business, going into programs, going into church, and trying to dedicate myself into work and my family. I got a good support now. Before I didn't have that good support behind. I got my mother, I got my kids, my soon-to-be wife. I got a job out there. I got my old boss ready to give me a second chance to work and start my business again, and occupy myself. I am not a street person, man. I just made the wrong, bad decisions, man.
You had a medical marijuana card. What was that for?
That was in the halfway house. That was in the halfway house. Yes, I asked the parole there because I was, I did that time 6. I was feeling kind of nervous, so I was using pills, medical marijuana pills in the halfway house.
The question again, Mr. Velez, is what was that for?
The medical marijuana card for the pills, for the marijuana pills.
Why did you want medical marijuana?
I felt anxious, man. I felt PTSD. I felt anxious in the halfway house.
Okay, but you said to Officer Bryant when you were interviewed, you never received a mental health evaluation or been diagnosed with any disorder. So you self-diagnosed PTSD?
I talked to the parole that in the halfway house, and that was probably the wrong mistake I did, and went and grabbed my medical marijuana. There's no excuses for that. No excuse for that.
Is Barry any questions for Mr. Velez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Velez, I'm going to need you to listen very carefully to my questions because I think that you add, you're putting in stuff that I don't need to know or that we don't need to know. So my colleague asked you specifically what happened the day of this robbery. Okay, and you said you brought your friend to meet your boss because he was going to hire him to do work.
Yes.
Have you reviewed the official documents? Like your police report, have you reviewed it?
No, ma'am.
So when the police report says that the two of you went to pick your friend up and he was dressed in all black with his face covered. Why? Do you know why?
He had a
yes or no? Do you know why?
No.
Okay. So when he pulled out the knife and said, "This is a robbery," what did you do?
I jumped on because I was the driver. I was driving the truck.
And you jumped. Why didn't you call 911?
Because at that moment he had the knife pointing towards us. You know what I'm saying?
No, it wasn't at us. It was at the victim.
It was in the middle of the truck. It was in the middle of the truck.
The victim is telling the officer what transpired.
Yes.
What did you do next?
Well, we drove off.
Not we. I said you.
Oh, I drove off wherever they told me. I went to the bank.
Okay.
He just said he didn't go to the bank.
So do you know that the victim says that you tied him up? I didn't say we. I'm not talking about we. We're not interviewing Mr. Pagan. I'm interviewing Mr. Velez.
Yeah. But I didn't tie him up.
You did not. Okay.
I did not.
How did his arms get tied?
It wasn't tied. His arm wasn't tied. He walked in the bank.
So why would he tell the officer that his arms were tied?
I couldn't answer that. I don't know why he said that, but he went into the bank. There's civilians.
No. Okay. And he also says that You tied his arms, his hands and his feet with a rope, and you told him to sit in the back seat. And then their co-defendant pressed a knife up against his rib cage. So that's not at the both of you. And you drove then. Now you were driving the car at this time. You drove to your place of business and went in and got a check for $6,000. Then
Yes,
came back out and you started saying to him that you're going to the bank. It says Velez began talking to the individual in the rear seat. He added that he began telling the individual that blank has a lot of money and we're going to go to the bank and withdraw that money. So how would your friend know that this victim had a lot of money if this was all his idea?
We was in a business in the truck with a business person. I didn't say let's drive to the bank because he has a lot of money. That never came out of my mouth. That's what the victim is saying. I can't say what the victim is saying. I'm just saying my part.
But why would he say you? He could have said the person that you guys are with. Like, you had an opportunity. I don't understand why you have someone tied up in the car with you and you
I never had nobody tied up.
That's the victim wouldn't lie about being tied up. Let me just start there, but just give me a minute, please. So you're in this car with this victim, and instead of driving or trying to come to his aid to tell your friend to get out of the car or driving the car to the police station or any of those things, the first thing you think about is money. Why?
I was nervous. I was nervous. I didn't want nothing to happen. I didn't want nothing to escalate more from what it was.
Okay, so you had already had the $6,000, and then you made him go to the bank, untied him. He would
I didn't have no 6,000.
You got a check for $6,000, no?
Yeah, and I gave it to the employer.
Okay. So, Mr. Velez, I have to agree with my colleague. I'm honestly, I wanted to know what your position was because you denied participating in this robbery, and you also denied that you knew that the robbery was going to occur. And I found that very difficult to believe. The fact of the matter is that you were convicted of this crime, and
Yes.
That I believe that you were more involved than what you're saying. And I'm going to add this bit, and that is that your special parole ends, if I'm not mistaken, February 23rd, 2032. I'm 30,
Yes.
2032.
Yes.
And
August.
do you know that when you are on special parole and you commit an offense, you stand a chance of being incarcerated until the end of your sentence, to the end of your special parole?
Yes, I wasn't on special parole. I started my special parole in jail.
When did that start? Because I did write it down.
That started in I believe it started
February
in
23rd,
I'll look it up.
2022. It's 10 years.
yes, yes. I was on parole when this incident happened. Regular parole. And I take full responsibility. There's no excuses for what happened that day.
By technicality, you're able to 2022, and it ends in 2032.
Yes,
And
it
he was
started
returned on January 1st, 2028. I can't even talk. But this is just insanity. Okay. All right. I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Polk. All right, so we're done with the questions, sir. So we just need a few minutes to discuss.
Okay, man.
So based on his poor institutional adjustment and the new crimes, which mirror exactly what he was sentenced to special parole for, being committed on special parole, I do not have Mr. Velez granted today at his 85% date.
Neither do I.
Okay, nature and circumstance, offense on special parole and poor institutional adjustment.
Yes.
All right,
We have to study special parole conditions as well.
so co-defendant Samuel Pagan, victim MG. I have a general no contact with Yarlene Leandry
Yes.
Yeah.
and halfway house placement.
Yes.
HH.
HH is the underlying, and that there was also a condition of no alcohol set by the prior panel. Because it said in that that he was drinking a lot.
And HH is a general no contact.
HH was identified as the victim of the special.
2017
Yes.
robbery first. All right. So in the matter of Jose Velez, inmate number 3605512, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses being committed while you were on special parole, and your poor institutional adjustment. I further move to set the following conditions for the special parole that is running, that you will release to: halfway house placement, no consumption of alcohol, no contact with co-defendant Samuel Pagan, general no contact with HH and YL, and no contact with victim MG.
Madam Chair, the HH is also a victim.
Okay.
So,
No contact with victim HH. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, parole is denied. You will go
So-
out end of sentence to your running special parole, sir. We wish you much success.
so I will go to a halfway house under my end of my sentence.
We included it as a condition of your special parole.
To go into a halfway house in my EOS.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So on August 27th, I will be in the place in a
Yes.
halfway house.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Sorry about that. I just
Okay.
trying to understand. I can't really hear you.
Oh, it's
You'll
okay.
get all this in writing.
This concludes the hearing for Jose Velez, inmate number 3605512.
You're all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so. If I need I had made it, I saw those cars out in the parking lot, and I thought it was gonna be full. Huh? Which word? Yeah, I'll see you in the morning, we'll go over it, you know. All right. Thanks. So currently we're now in the facility count, so hopefully it'll clear up around 12:30-ish. By then I'll get the next person in here.
As soon as possible, sir. We have many to still see today.
I understand that, but I can't make any movement during count, so as soon as count clears, I'll have someone up here. open.
That's the highway.
Let's come up here. Right. On the left. Something down. That's good.
Yes, something that I'm sorry about that.
Thumbs up. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present. Stating their names on the record, certified with review all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mike Poole.
Panel Member Barry,
Also present as the board supervisor. Please state your name. Record.
Chester P. Johnson,
This hearing is being conducted in consideration. What's your MA number?
410253.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Chester Johnson, MA number 410253. He's serving a sentence of 33 years, execution suspended after 18 years, with 15 years of probation to follow. For sexual assault second, the actor over 3 years older than the victim. Sexual assault second, with the victim under 18, the actor being a guardian. Sexual assault third, sexual assault fourth with the victim under 15 years old, and illegal sexual contact with the victim under the age of 16. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 12, 2025. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan. It's been reviewed and shows the offenders completed alternatives to violence, voices, the short track problem sexual behavior program in tier 2. He remains on the waiting list for new thoughts, an educational referral, a job assignment, and a vocational referral. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin. Mr. Johnson, why do you think you're suitable?
The audio is not that good. I'm sorry, but the audio is breaking up.
Why do you believe you deserve parole, sir?
Oh, based on what I read in the parole, Board of Parole brochure, what is required of me to do, I did it to the best of my ability. I did no tickets. Wasn't easy, but I did it. I obeyed the rules. I respected the officers. I did the programs. I had jobs. I did a GED. And I have come, honestly, you may hear this before, but for me, I have come to the full obedience of the Word of God. It started when I was a kid. And then I, got off track. But when I came to New Haven County after sentencing, a gentleman walked up to me and gave me this book. He said to me, I don't know why, but something says for me to give you this book. It's entitled Overcoming Spiritual Blindness. I was blind. I was really blind. Never turned back. I read it, I studied the scriptures, and I walked according to what the scriptures said, and I intend to do that for the rest of my life. Also, I would like to, I have medical problems. I have mypoma right here, spreading my forehead, spreading. I need some real good dental care.
Mr. Johnson, you have a right to your privacy, and this hearing is being live streamed. So,
okay.
You may not want to put a lot of information about your health out in the public. And if you could focus on why you deserve parole, not why you want it.
Okay. I've done everything that parole has asked of me to do, all the programs. I follow the rules. I have no tickets. After all the years I've been here, I have no tickets. I just want to walk right and do the right things in life for the rest of my life. That's what I want to do.
Okay, Mr. Johnson. So we'll ask you some questions
Yes.
to see just how much you've benefited from the programs you've completed.
Yes.
And I want to start by thanking you or congratulating you on getting your high school diploma. That's a wonderful achievement.
Yes.
All right. So my colleague, Ms. Berry, will begin with the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Johnson, I appreciate your opening comments.
Yes.
Although I was a little taken aback when you started speaking about Bible scriptures, because the victim says that you use the Bible verses to manipulate her into doing what you wanted her to do. Is there any merit to that statement?
Yes, ma'am. It was a wrong thing to do. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have. I know better. I know better now. Never to do that again. Never. Never will ever happen again.
Can you tell us why you did it?
I'm there to it. All right, the brochure said to be truthful. My wife was sick for years, and I wasn't with anybody for years, and I fell into the temptation of it, and I just fell into that dark moment of that. You know, I'm really sorry for that. I shouldn't have done that. I know I shouldn't have done that now. But that's why I just wasn't a run-around person in the street. I was working 7 days a week almost.
So Mr. Johnson, okay, I think now we're getting into the excuses. I think that you hit the nail on the head when you said that you gave into your temptations.
Yes, I did. I did.
Okay, so let's move forward with that.
Yes, I did. I gave into the temptation.
Your victim says that these crimes occurred while your wife was in the same bed with you.
No, ma'am, that couldn't have happened. She would have woken up. No, no.
So I'm curious to know, this was your adopted daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me when things crossed over, when it went from dad and child to man and child.
I think it was 2004, 2003. 2003. It wasn't, I think it said 13 on the thing. It wasn't 13, it was 15. I'm being forthcoming. It was 15, it wasn't 13. 15 almost 16.
It doesn't make a difference.
I understand. It's that playing around. I'm trying to find the right things to tell you.
Well, I don't want you to tell me the right things. I want you to tell me the truth.
The truth, that's what the truth is the right thing. That's what I'm telling you. I'm going to tell you. I'm just trying to see how it came by playing around with her, I'm trying to see what it is that got me to that point.
I think you need to try to figure that out, because that's an issue. If you don't know when things turned over from you seeing this girl as your child, and then you're wanting, you have enough physical attraction to a child. I don't care.
Playing with her, romping.
Okay, you play with. I'm sure you played with a lot of children. I just don't. You play with dogs. You play with cats. Are you sexually attracted to either of those?
No, but playing and touching. Started touching her.
Okay, but and my question to you was, when did it change from your looking at her in a fatherly way? Because I'm just going to be honest with you, Mr. Johnson, throughout many of the documents I reviewed,
yes, it
said that you claimed the victim wanted to have sex with you, and because she was money motivated.
No,
is that still your position?
No. I was the one who initiated it. I was the one who asked her. I asked her.
Right, and then you offered her money to continue doing it, right? That's a form of manipulation, right?
Yes.
And also grooming, right? Do you know what grooming is?
Can you explain that to me so I can answer you properly, please?
You wanted her to do what you wanted her to do to you, right? It was for your own sexual gratification.
Yes.
And so to get her to do the things that you wanted from her, so you can teach her to do how to please you, that's grooming. You entice her with money.
Yes. Yes.
How many times would you say this happened?
Let me see. Okay. Maybe about. I knew it started and then it stopped. And then it stopped.
More than 10 times, more than 20 times?
No, not 10 times. Maybe about 5. Maybe about 5.
can you tell me,
Maybe
Why?
3 or 5. Ma'am?
can you tell me what you've learned in the sex offender treatment about your behavior and decisions?
What I've learned is that the victim, that the person is a victim. I victimized that person. I abused that person. I manipulated the person. And I learned that it was wrong. It was really wrong.
You knew it was wrong, Mr. Johnson.
Yes,
Come on, you're a
it
grown man.
was wrong.
Okay.
Ma'am? Yes.
Yeah,
it
I'm
was
saying
wrong.
that you were a grown man. You knew that what you were doing
It
was
was
wrong.
wrong. Yes, ma'am. It was wrong. I fell
You
into the
just-
temptation of it, and I gave into the temptation. It was wrong.
Repeatedly.
Yes, it was wrong. It was wrong. And
You
then,
told the officer, and I wrote it down because I thought it was quite interesting, that
Yes,
that the victim agreed to have sex with you and that you never forced her.
never did. Never.
So do you see any problem in making that statement, Mr. Johnson?
Well, she wanted I used the money for the
No,
money.
we're going back to the money, but you said that you never forced this victim to engage in sexual acts with you, right?
No, never like push
Do
her.
you understand how that statement is false?
Could you please explain to me when you say force, like physical
force.
forced her?
No, when I say forced, that means do this to me. And I have no control over you. I can't stop myself from doing this because you're telling me to do it. That's force. That's forcing. And a victim who is under the age of 16 cannot consent to having sex with an adult.
In that sense,
And so, and you're saying that she wasn't forced. I'm telling you that she was.
No, I was
because-
picturing force as physical force. That's what I was thinking. I'm sorry.
It was physical force.
Like strength force, like using manual force. Yes, it's what I'm saying. It's a manipulation by the money and the force. Okay.
Mr. Johnson, I think that it doesn't really sound like you've gained very much insight from participating in the treatment. I'm happy to hear that you recognize that you victimized this person, you manipulated her, you abused her. I'm happy to hear that, but in terms of...
It was a force thing. When you said force, I wanted you to explain it to me. If you're talking physical force, or, just a force by the words, or by what I was doing with the money, and her making
That's
that
manipulation, but the money is manipulation. Forced means that this child, she was living in your house.
Yes.
She did not have a choice. If she told you no, which she says she did, that didn't stop you from trying to get her to do what you wanted her to do. And you finally were able to entice her by giving her money. She had no choice. When you have no choice in a matter, you're not doing that willingly. Right?
All right.
All right, let's move forward. Mr. Johnson. It's been a long day already, but so you completed the Tier 2 program, and you said you went about that program by referring to your coffee habit.
Yes, all right. Miss Carter, right? When I was in Walker, that just came here, I was called by a counselor to the office, and she said, Mr. Johnson, do you drink? I said, no, I only drink on occasion if I go to a wedding or so and so. And she said, do you smoke? I said, no, I never smoked in all my life. Never do drugs, nothing. My father never smoked. My mother doesn't smoke. No, my brother smoked.
Mr. Johnson, I'm going to stop you.
And
I'm going to stop you because the reason why that they put this program on your offender accountability plan, because your drug and alcohol score is a 3, with the highest being 5. So right there in the middle, that 3 means that there's somewhat of a problem, because a person who drinks socially wouldn't have a score of 3. Do you understand? That's why you were in the program, not because you drank coffee. If that were the case, the majority of the world would be in an addiction services program.
Well,
Yeah, it's okay. Secondly,
Ms. Carter, can I say something, please?
Yes, go ahead.
I don't drink. I don't drink. I'm just a truth.
You don't drink, so you won't be able to, that's a good thing. Let's talk about the voices. Let's talk about voices, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you learn in voices?
It dealt with, that was a long time ago, so I'm trying to remember, okay? It dealt with, it asked, I think voices asked about me being a parent, a father, and having this thing with the daughter was wrong. And they asked me how I felt about it. I felt really horrible, bad about it. It wasn't good. That's what I remember.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you again.
Yes,
and I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. I don't think that I would be so abrupt with you.
Yes, ma'am.
If we hadn't already been sitting here since 9 o'clock this morning. I know that you guys had count, so we were sitting here for like an hour and 15 minutes just waiting for you all to come back. So I'm asking you about the Voices program, and you're telling me about what you've learned about yourself in there. And that program really is geared more towards our victims, the victims in the case.
That's what I'm saying.
And so what do you think, what are some of the things you think that the victim has experienced as a result of this abuse?
Oh, it's terrible times, awful times. Just helplessness. Couldn't help themselves by, to get away from it. Being helpless, man.
Okay. And so if you had an opportunity to apologize to the victim, what would you say?
Horrible things I've done to you. I regret it. I truly regret it. She was always, I mean, all this. I truly regret it. I wish that never happened. It should never happen.
That doesn't sound like an apology.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for what it is, for what happened. But if I could turn back the hands of time, I would have. I would.
Okay.
I'm really sorry for her.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course.
Yes.
Okay. When you were interviewed by The Connection in October of last year, you were asked the question, how do you know when someone wants to have sex with you? Do you remember your answer?
Yes.
What was it?
A hint.
What does that mean?
Like the person would do something, and from that, what you see, it tells you that the person wants to have a sexual encounter.
Wants to have what?
Have sex.
Okay. I think that definition is problematic. There's a problem with that because, someone's doing something and you're interpreting it as a hint when they might just be reaching out to you in friendship with a pat on the back and you think they want to have intercourse.
No, not
someone wants to have sex with you when they consent, you talk about it, you agree that you want to go there with each other. And then if they change their mind in the middle of it, they're allowed to do that?
Well, yes, Ms. Scott. I was thinking on the line of like your partner. Your partner. Okay. Right? That's what I was thinking on that line.
Okay, because the question was much broader than that. Anybody you encounter in the world, how do you know when they want to have sex? A hint? That's not adult responsible communication. It needs to be.
You know what? No, I understand.
Pretty much a negotiation. Okay, so that answer.
No,
Mr. Johnson, why did you take this to trial?
The lawyer, my attorney, says to me, Mr. Johnson, I beat this woman, I beat these cases all the time. I beat them all the time. I can beat this for you. I can win this for you. And that's why I went with him. That's why I went with him. I went because he convinced me to go to trial. My attorney did that. But Miss Carter, right? Miss, I'm sorry, I didn't remember your name. I'm sorry.
Are you trying to figure out our names?
Yeah, the lady in the middle, please.
Turner.
Miss Turner. When you said about the hint, I was thinking along with my wife. That's what I was thinking.
Yes, I understood that. We've moved on. It was a much broader question to you than that.
Yes.
I find this case very troubling because this went on for so long. And this child was so violated and abused, and helpless, like you said, because you and your wife adopted her. Yes. And then your wife was unwell. I think it probably had a real impact, at least from some of the things that I said, on the victim, that you use the Bible to facilitate your crimes against her and manipulate her into, being compliant with a parent and what a parent tells you to do. And yet you coerced her at age 17 into having an abortion because the violations you were committing against her, you never used a condom. So she was impregnated, and then you arranged for her to have an abortion. Do you think that caused some trauma?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it did. Awful trauma.
I guess it's also concerning to me that over the course of the various documents, including the interview with the parole officer, your acceptance of responsibility changes to blaming the victim, to denying the force, to what we're hearing more of today, which is some level of acceptance of responsibility.
No, I accept everything. Honestly, I do accept it. It's wrong. I said, it's really
It's not wrong, Mr. Johnson. It's criminal.
It's criminal. Yes, it
criminal.
Is. I don't know the words that you have in mind. I'm trying to tell you the words that I know. It's wrong. It's really criminal. It's wrong. Like you said, criminal.
Yeah. That's why you're incarcerated, because you were found guilty of having committed these crimes.
Yes, ma'am. I understand. You see, you're more expert in these, in the questioning. I would promise to give you the right answers. I want to give you the right answer.
We're not looking for the right answers. As my colleague already told you, we want the truth. And your truth is very fluid.
I want to give you the truth. I'm honestly, Miss.
So when you were found guilty at trial, and I imagine the victim had to testify to all of the harm that you caused, you didn't choose to apologize before sentencing when you were standing before the judge. Why wouldn't you, having been found guilty, apologize?
My attorney said to me, shut your mouth. I've never been in trouble with the law before. My attorney said to me, shut your mouth, don't say anything. That's what he said to me. I was just following my attorney. I don't know why he said that. He said it to me, shut your mouth, don't say anything. Mr. Manella told me that.
Well, you do understand that what you describe as an intimate relationship was a nightmare for this child, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We're done with the questions, sir. Give us just a few minutes, and please don't interrupt. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am torn again with another one of these cases because Mr. Johnson has no criminal history. He rates out low. He hasn't received any disciplinary infractions, and he's completed the appropriate programs. My struggle with this case is that Mr. Johnson does not really appear to have very much insight into his behaviors. I appreciate his accepting responsibility for his actions. And it sounds like he really still has a lot of work to do. I understand also that there may be some communication barriers. I don't know, but I just really am disappointed in our discussion here today. And when I say that, I was hoping to hear more substance from him and to try to get to that point where I could support parole. And I'm not there. I'm still torn because there is the criminal history piece, and then there's the nature of the crime and the lack of insight and the
Minimization.
So I'm interested, and I thank you guys for letting me talk this out. But I'm interested in hearing your positions.
Mr. Cole, do you want to share?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Could I just add one more thing? And I'm sorry. And the fact is that he's not done with us until 2033. So he still has 7 more years to go before he's done with his sentence. And here's my issue. Even if we deny him, here's another issue. I'm sorry, Mr. Cole. What else is there for him to do? So that's where I am. Sorry. Now go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So where I am is that if I look at this, overall, he's rated out as low. On a static 99, he's low. He's taken inside the short-term sex offender program, along with other programs. His work evals have been excellent. In terms of what we're trying to get in regarding the sex offense, that real work is done in the Center for Problem Sexual Behavior, and the monitoring that's going to go on with Mr. Johnson and the insight that he needs to attain, in the setting that he has in DOC, there isn't a way to dig down into that further with him until he's in a group where there's a clinician that can actually do that with him. I agree, the manipulation is just, it's not great at all. And, spiritual insight book, I appreciate that, but based upon that element of the offense,
Right.
like, I'm not sure where that is.
Right. Comes like a continuation.
But with all of that being said, it's like, the supervision that's here until 2033, there's nothing more for me that I can see that DOC is going to give him that is going to gain any more insight into what he has to do. And certainly I also agree with the fact that it's, a child being in the house like that and not being, one of his own is, it's traumatic to the victim that had to deal with this. However, based upon the instruments and that he's had, the programming inside, that he's remained disciplinary report free, and he seems to want to be compliant to whatever it is that's happening, I would support parole today.
So where are you now?
I'm interested in hearing your perspective as well. I honestly did come in with the question.
Yeah. I mean, it's astonishing, the 2 counts of sexual assault, 2nd sexual assault, 3rd sexual assault, 4th, and illegal sexual contact. I mean, and then I guess, Mr. Johnson has to find a way to live with himself. And so if that manifests itself by telling us that it only happened 5 times, which is a load of crap. If somebody with this kind of offense convicted at trial doesn't get track 1, I don't know who does. So that's disappointing. But it's safe to say at 69 with 15 years of probation, that Mr. Johnson will be under supervision for the rest of his life until he dies. And he appears to have little to no support system. You know, part of me is concerned about things like, you know, being on discretionary parole and being eligible in 1 year for our consideration again. You know, so he's done 7 years of the 18 he was asked to serve. Seems remarkably little for the 18 years that he spent violating this child. I don't know that I've enlightened you at all, other than, you know, the oversight I would like to think would hold him fully accountable and resist and restrict his access to victimizing others.
I know that we have studied this stuff a million times and we talk about these kinds of cases, and I think that these really are some of the more difficult ones to try to come to a decision with, because there are innocent children involved. I'm trying to move past the nature of the offense, and that's where I'm stuck. That's just where I'm stuck. So I'm leaning towards no. Even though I know the science, yeah.
So I don't know if this will help, but nature aside, you know, we are looking at no criminal history, low risk, and now as his high school diploma, we know he has work skills and capability because he's doing it at 69 there in the facility and getting good reviews, evaluations, I should say. And I think what's most important at this point is that he continue on with treatment. And that's how I'd like to see the 7 years spent rather than purely punishment.
Yeah. I'm still no. Thank you.
All right. Conditions would be problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors, halfway house placement, and no contact with the victim, JJ.
That's right.
Anything else?
No.
And at least, you know, with the level of accountability for parole violation, we'll bring him right back, and then the next panel can do what they do. So in the matter of Chester Johnson, inmate number 410253, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of August 26, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision: halfway house placement, problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, no contact with minors, and no contact with the victim, initials JJ. Is there a second? All in favor? All opposed? So by majority decision, Mr. Johnson has been granted discretionary parole.
Been granted.
This concludes the hearing for Chester Johnson, inmate number 410253.
I've been granted parole, sir.
Yeah, you were granted on a majority decision.
Thank you.
You're all set.
I thank you very much. Thank you.
Just go out and do the right thing and complete treatment, sir.
I will. I will. Thank you. God bless you all.
Nature and circumstance.
I really did struggle. I apologize for that.
Well, look at this. And I couldn't have presented with less.
I just have to see we have folks.
Yeah, well, you kind of trash.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is the hearing of Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified to review all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Morning, or afternoon, Mike Holt.
Panel member Barry,
Also present is the board supervisor psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Keyshawn Fenn, player 8557.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Keyshawn French, inmate number 388557. He's serving a sentence of 27 months flat for criminal possession of a firearm, violation of probation, and larceny of a motor vehicle. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 10th, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan that's been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed no programs during his current incarceration. He remains on the waiting list for an addiction services referral, new thoughts, and a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. It's your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. May begin.
I don't know. I got 8 months. I don't care about parole.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Holt?
Just two. So, when the parole officer asked you if any programming would benefit you, what was your response?
only got 8 more months left. There ain't no point to do no programs. I only got 8 months left. I don't got no
Okay.
more parole. I don't got probation. I don't got nothing when I come home.
And then the second one was, what do you plan on doing for work when you go back into the community?
I don't know.
You're not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So you didn't tell a parole officer that what you would be doing is dealing drugs?
Hell no, no.
Okay. You know that when you go out to the end of sentence or whatever, that people still watch, even though you might not have monitoring on, right?
Yeah.
So I think you should really try to do something so you don't wind up back there again, right? Because life on the installment plan is not a good thing either. Madam Chair, I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Mr. French, do you want to change, or do you like this path your life is taking?
No, I want to sing. I don't like the life I live.
Okay. So what do you think you need to do or have in order to change?
Move.
Move. Okay.
Move.
But remember, when you move, you're taking you with you.
I know, miss.
Okay. So it's not just about a fresh start. You gotta want something different in your heart and your mind. You're 33. This is your 4th period of incarceration. You know, you have a gun offense now, so you'll be on the state's deadly weapon offender registry for 5 years. Like my colleague said, you'll be watched. And you know what happens is your sentences just get longer and you just get older and older in prison. And I really hope you want better for yourself. This isn't a joke. We only get one life, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right about that.
What's your support system like?
I got a good one. They good.
They're standing by you after all these crimes and incarcerations. You don't know how lucky you are. Have anybody in your corner after all this. So, do you understand the harm you're doing to people by selling drugs?
Yeah.
Do you care?
I do.
I could not be happier to hear that. There's somebody in there, in that tough exterior, in that attitude that you walked in here with the crap that you said to the parole officer when you were interviewed. There's actually somebody worthwhile and good inside of you. Let that person shine. You have potential. Get your GED. Create a career path for yourself.
You're right.
Yeah. Because do you want to be known as the guy who was out for decades peddling poison to the community and ruining lives?
No.
Yeah, I don't think you do. I would ask you, Mr. French, because you're clearly going to be denied today. No programs, your criminal history, the DRs that you've gotten while you've been inside this bid. Please believe in yourself.
Okay.
Want something out of this life. Ms. Berry, any questions?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. French, give us just a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Cole?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your discussion with Mr. French today.
I appreciate it too.
So where we are is that we don't have any program completion here, and we have disciplinary reports for you in the last several months, and he rates out very high. And he, as he said, he's only got about 8 months left. So I would, I don't find him suitable for parole today. He's inadequate institutional program participation or institutional adjustment in the current time committed on probation.
I have to say, I agree with you, and it's very disappointing because, Mr. French is going to get what he wants. He's going to go out unencumbered, and it'll be up to him if he changes. And the fact that he has a support system that will help him, that I'm sure wants better for him, is all great in his life. So I'm a no as well. Ms. Barron?
As am I.
Okay. Besides poor institutional adjustment and the offense on probation, what did you have?
Inadequate institutional adjustment, inadequate institutional participation.
Okay. Okay. All right, Mr. French, in the matter of Keyshawn French, inmate number 388557, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. Your offense was committed while you were on probation. There's been inadequate program participation and poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
So, Mr. French, we couldn't see you clear to parole.
Yeah.
We earnestly want better for you. And I have to give you credit, because you know what I wrote at the top of my paper?
That, Mitch.
I wrote, expect swearing, because I thought you would come in here and be terribly disrespectful to us, and you weren't.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So I wish you much success, sir.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Keyshawn French, inmate number 388557. You're all set.
I'm good.
Yeah. Do something in the next 8 months that's worthwhile.
All right. Yeah,
All
only,
right,
reason only reason I couldn't do no program because I had a lot of tickets.
Yes, but you caused those tickets.
I know, but
You got in your own way. You got in your own way. Don't do that. You're
All
worth
right.
more than that.
All right.
We're done, sir.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day. Yeah, go, plus. Damn, plus. Yeah, bro. Look how bad, bro.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for any information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Mike Paul,
Councilmember Berry.
also present is the board supervising psychologist. Please state your name and email number for the record.
Eduardo Rio, 327-308.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Geraldo Rios, inmate number 327308. He's serving a sentence of 5 years flat for possession with intent and corrupt organization of racketeering act. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of January 17, 2026. There's no vacancy in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. It's been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed no programs during his current incarceration. He remains on the waiting list for a job assignment, vocational referral invoices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, his overall score falls within the higher range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe should be granted parole.
Mr. Rios,
Yeah,
did you have something you wanted to say as to why you believe you deserve parole?
well, it's not like I'm going to the street. I'm going to another state to do time. So I'm just been waiting to do my program. Been staying out the way, ticket free. And I'm just waiting for the process.
Okay, sir. What do you mean, ticket free?
I've been ticket free already for a few months already.
Right, but you have 4 from this period of incarceration. Why?
4. Well, I got 4 tickets.
Yes, sir.
It should be 2 or 3. I'm not 4.
You have contraband marijuana in last October
Okay.
And an intox.
and an intox ticket.
Okay.
Then you got a conspiracy to convey contraband in April of 2025. And then disobeying a direct order.
Right after you came in. That's 5.
No, I don't. I don't remember that one. It's probably 'cause I didn't
Okay,
want.
well, let's talk about the marijuana and the Suboxone.
No.
Sorry,
What you said? Excuse me.
I asked if we could talk about the marijuana and Suboxone PRs.
No. Yeah, I caught with a little bit of marijuana. They found in the
Why?
cell.
You
Huh?
found it in the cell.
No, they found it in the cell.
They found it. Okay,
Yeah.
but it was yours.
Yes.
Okay, why?
I was smoking.
Why?
I'm not really gonna tell you why. I was just smoking on my head. I was just smoking.
And the Suboxone?
I was using it. If they ain't not excuse, anything I have to tell you, they're not gonna believe me. So I took full responsibility for it.
Okay. So you're serving a sentence for being involved in a pretty significant operation of distributing cocaine and fentanyl. And now you're in the facility in a controlled environment and violating the rules with more drugs.
Okay.
So we're looking for any kind of evidence of change that would substantiate you going out early. Anything to offer?
I'm not going home to the street. From here, I'm going to another state to do time.
I know that.
Okay. I still gotta do more years over there. I'm staying on the way. I'm just doing what I gotta do. That's all. I've been wanting to do the programs. I've been on the waiting list for the school. Everything's a process in here. That's out of my hands.
I read your interview with the parole officer, and you claimed that it was your efforts to find a job out in the community. It was too much work.
I was working. I had multiple jobs. It's not like I was just selling drugs out there. So if you look at my paperwork, it was a few. I had multiple jobs. So it's not like I was just selling drugs out there. I wasn't doing nothing. So I was doing my part. It just things got a little bit rough. Like I said, I take full responsibility for that too.
So what do you think the impact is on all the drugs out in the community selling fentanyl and cocaine?
Excuse me, I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
What do you think the impact is?
It destroys people's life.
I'm sorry?
It destroys people's life.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
And you're okay with being part of that?
That was back then. I just want to do my time, go home, do things different.
Do you think you said that last time, that you'd get out and do things different?
I did.
And what happened? Why did it go sideways?
Me being lazy, now that I think about it, instead of just one job, I should have just got me two jobs. Just stay away from certain individuals. This time gonna be different. I'm just gonna stay away from everybody.
Do you have contact with your sons?
Yes.
So they're right at that age of experimenting. What have you been able to tell them about drugs?
Well, like I be telling them, the way it got me, I'm doing time for being ignorant. I be trying to talk to them about what happens when you do things like things I was doing. Another thing, like I tell them, look what happened. I got involved in DCF. I was away from your mom. It's a big headache. I don't want them to go through this, and I'll be talking to them. I'll be telling them to do good, go to school, stay away from different people.
Well, what kids need are role models. They need people who are walking the walk, not just talking.
Yeah, no, you're right. I understand that. And for that, I take full responsibility.
Okay. And you realize like your kids are vulnerable to the drug trade out there.
Oh.
And you were out there hooking in other people's kids. So really, I hope, Mr. Rios, at some point, as you approach 40 years of age, you'll choose to do something different and not continue to be part of the problem.
I am. I've been doing my whole 30s, I've been incarcerated. And
have you ever sought out any of the reentry centers around the state? You know what they are?
Reentry, what, halfway houses?
No, reentry centers operate in the major cities around the state, and they help formerly incarcerated people with jobs, with programming, with housing, because they work with employers who are willing to hire people with criminal histories and give them a chance. So you don't have to do a job search by going online or, to the store and filling out an application. You can go to a reentry center and get the help to find a job to turn your life around. And I really hope at some point you'll choose to do that. Ms. Berry, any questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. Pohl?
No.
All right, Mr. Rios, we're done with questions. The facts are that Mr. Rios was on parole and was involved in an operation that was supplying large amounts of cocaine and fentanyl in Hartford and elsewhere. So he was doing a lot of harm. And now he's back with us on a flat sentence. He does have a sponsor. I assume primarily based on the DRs, he hasn't been able to take any programs thus far in his period of incarceration. He is end of sentence with us in March or April of 2028. I have him denied. Ms. Berry?
I have him denied as well. I don't know what's going on in that facility, but everybody is coming before us with some kind of attitude or something and not really wanting to talk to us about their possible release. So for that being said, I have him denied as well.
Okay. So inadequate program participation for institutional adjustment and offense committed on parole?
I have inadequate evidence of offender change.
Okay. So in the matter of Geraldo Rios, inmate number 327308, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change for institutional adjustment, and your offense is being committed while you're on parole. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries, parole is denied.
So what that mean now? I gotta do the whole 5?
Yes, sir.
All right. Instead of y'all asking this question, look into how y'all could better the inmates in here.
You're all set, Rios. This concludes the hearing
What
for
was that?
Geraldo Rios, 327-308.
Like, I don't know what's going on.
Y'all look into how y'all can better ourselves. I'll do the 5, it ain't nothing. You're the people.
Hello, folks. So unfortunately, we had a bad code go through. We just went on lockdown, so I'm not gonna be able to bring anyone else up for the remainder of the shift.
Copy that.
Okay, thank you.
Cool.
Sir, could you just ask the CO to come in and unmute the equipment? Officer, we just need you to unmute. Press it once more.
Better?
Yes, thank you.
There you go. Officer, is the officer still there or no? Never mind, it's okay.
Oh, it's another.
I'm just trying to understand why you said that, because we were about to get up and go. Okay,
Yes.
Please take a seat, sir.
yes, thank you.
Sorry, Jenna.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Bryant. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Mike Paul.
Panel member Barry.
Also present is the board supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Avi Quesada, 421183.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Avis Quesada, inmate number 421183. He's serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 6.5 years, with 3 years of probation to follow for possession with intent, failure to appear first, 2 counts of robbery third, larceny fifth, 2 counts of larceny third, assault on personnel, 2 counts of larceny fourth, 2 counts of illegal operation of motor vehicle under the influence, evading responsibility, and attempted assault on personnel. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of December 1st, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan. It's been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed the medication-assisted treatment program. Tier 2 invoices. He remains on the waiting list for new thoughts and educational referral, job assignment, and vocational referral. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Sir?
Yes? Oh, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Avi Quesada. I stated earlier, I'm serving 15 years suspended after 16.5 years probation, 6.5 years to serve, excuse me, with 3 years probation. For numerous cases and charges that I had. Prior to me getting incarcerated, I battled with drug addiction, and not saying that that's an excuse for what I did, but you know, I had issues with drugs and stuff like that. And since I've been incarcerated, I worked on worked on bettering myself, learning how to deal with admitting and recognizing that I had drug issues, and I've just been working hard to stay on the right path, stay clean, stay focused and stuff like that. That's pretty much
Okay.
if I have a plan. I have employment. I have a support system. My family, my mother, my sister. If I get granted the opportunity to go home on parole, probation, I plan on going to a sober living house that my sister found, and I have employment with an old friend. He owns a garage in the city of Waterbury. And he has employment for me, painting cars and working on cars. I plan on also, while I'm in the sober house, I plan to continue treatment and counseling and therapy, because I feel that's necessary for me to stay clean and sober. I plan on, living a, straight and narrow life, no crimes, no drug use, and hopefully start a family and just reunite with my family. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, well, thank you for that opening statement. We're going to ask you some questions, beginning with my colleague, Ms. Ferry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Quesada, thank you, Quesada. Thanks for the opening statement. I'm glad to see that you have so much family support. You have a relapse prevention plan in place, and sounds like you have some employment when you're released out of the facility. I have to be honest with you and say that this was a lot of reading, lots of different convictions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 crimes that you were convicted for.
Yes.
And you said that you do this all because of your drugs. When was the last time that you used drugs?
Well, the last time was before I became incarcerated. But I did relapse in between the sentence.
When was the last time you used drugs, Mr. Quesada?
Probably like last year sometime, I think.
All right. Well, nope. I saw you were intoxicated in May of this year. That's not last year. What did you use?
Suboxone.
Why are you still using drugs?
I'm sorry. It was May of this year. I didn't the time. Yeah, May. Yes, May of this year.
So if you were using drugs out in the community and you were committing these crimes to support your habit, and then you're in the facility and you're still using when this could have been your clean time, how are we to believe that you're done with this lifestyle?
Okay. Well, the only way I could prove it is through actions.
You know how many tickets you've had since you've been down?
I have a lot of tickets.
27.
27.
27, 17 convictions. You rate out high in terms of risk to recidivate. You took the program, but you still kept using drugs. I mean, I'm really not sure what it is that you want parole to do for you, sir. Like, you haven't given us a lot to work with.
No,
I'm happy that you've made the declaration that you're done with drugs. That's great. And you don't have to do that for us. Do it for yourself. You deserve it. You've been putting poison in your body for so many years.
Oh, can I just say something though?
Yes.
I'm not making any excuses or nothing like that, but around that time, March, April of this year, I was denied. I applied for the halfway house and I was denied. So yeah, I did relapse, and I wrote to the medicated assisted treatment program. I wrote several requests when I had urges to use drugs, and I tried to get, because I was on the methadone program. I felt that I was ready, so I told them I wanted to get off, and they took me off, and then like in March of this year, like I started, like when I got denied the halfway house, I got kind of discouraged because of that, and I wrote to try to get back on the methadone, but I never received any responses, and they haven't called me to go back on it. So then, yeah, I did self-medicate. I did. Yeah. I can't make no excuse for that. I did. You know?
Yeah, you can't do that. Obviously, the methadone was working for you. I think that's what happens a lot of time. You get complacent, and you think that you're better. And you're not strong enough mentally, to be able to combat. Life happens, Mr. Quesada. I'm sorry that I'm butchering your name, but life happens. There's nothing we can do about it. You know how many times I'm disappointed, and just imagine if I had the same mentality that you did to just, let me take a little something to get the edge off. It's not going to resolve anything. Did your getting high change the fact that you were denied the halfway house?
No.
That's the point that I'm trying to make. Again, I'm happy to hear that you have so much community support, that you have a release plan, that you have a relapse prevention plan. And I really hope that you're successful, you know, when you're back out in the community. But you were on probation at the time of this offense. And I'm not sure why you would not have contacted your officer to let them know that you were struggling.
Well,
Were you
actually,
not
I
ready to get
did.
the help? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were done. You were still speaking? I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, why wouldn't you have contacted your officer to get help?
So, okay, so, like the majority of those cases are, they were shoplifting, larceny charges, right? Some of them turned into robbery because, you know, if somebody was to like grab me on the way out the store or whatever, and then it became physical, it becomes a robbery. But besides that, everybody was on board to, instead of sentencing me to prison time, I was gonna go into an inpatient program. My attorney, her name was Courtney Bowles. She had met with the state's attorney and the judge, and they was gonna sentence me to an inpatient program. But it was because of COVID and all that stuff that I couldn't get into the program. Mm-hmm. So I ended up having to come into prison.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
So numerous times I asked them to, I was trying to get into an inpatient, but it was this was all during COVID. Yeah. So they wasn't accepted.
Yeah, I get it. So hopefully this time you'll be more successful while you're out in the community, because you'll still have the help. So hopefully they'll be able to help you. All right. Thank you. Thank you,
Mr. Polk.
I have no question.
Or do I? So that's it for the questions, Mr. Quesada. Give us just a minute. Ms. Berry? Sounds like you're pretty clear.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly wish that there was something that I could offer Mr. Quesada, but you know, he does have supervision to follow his sentence. And I show that he also does have a detainer for New York. I thought I saw, and they are going to come and get him. So I don't.
Well, and it's 4 to 5 months.
Sorry, did you say something about a detainer from New York?
I did. Has that been resolved?
Oh yes, that's been resolved a while ago. I don't have any detainers or warrants nowhere.
Okay.
Well, it's a 4 to 5 months difference between his eligibility at 85% and his end of sentence. You do know that the judge told you it's a lifetime ban from you going into Home Depot?
Yes. Unfortunately, yeah. I gotta accept that.
Denied for being on probation for institutional adjustment and inadequate evidence of offender change.
I'd like to add criminal history to that list. I count 22 years dating back to New York in 1999. Okay, so in the matter of V. Quesada, inmate number 421183, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, your current offenses happening on probation, your inadequate program participation, and your poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye.
Inadequate program participation? You took voices.
I thought that's what you said.
No, for institutional adjustment, inadequate evidence of offender change, and on probation.
Okay. I'm going to do this again.
Sorry.
In the matter of V. Quesada, inmate number 421183, there's motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, your offenses being committed while on probation, your poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for Ibis Quesada, inmate number 421183. You're all set, Quesada.
All right, thank you.
He didn't pronounce the S on his first name, so I didn't either.
It's easier when I can say it and I say it now, but I had no idea. That was cool.
Reading somebody in the chair.
Rosado,
Yes,
is there anyone else out there besides you?
I'm not sure. I can't see. It's blocked out.
Okay.
Anybody else? They asking if anybody else? Nope.
Talking right now. In other words, I forgot. For County Frank, correct? No. Doesn't know. We just had, a code over here. So.
How you guys doing? Good. Name is Joel Gallego. Oh, so they put me in the wrong room. I'm sorry. I'm here to see parole. I apologize. See, that's not me. That's awesome. Oh. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Bryant. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present. By stating their names on the record, certified they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information from the commission's hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Mike Cole.
Panel Member Barry.
Also present is the board supervisor and psychologist. Please state your name and name on the record.
My name is Joel Gallego. Good afternoon. Inmate number is 346758.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of parole application for Joel Gallego, inmate number 346758. Serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 2 years and 6 months, with 3 years of probation and followed for criminal possession of a pistol or revolver, sale of a narcotic substance, and violation of a protective order. As of today, we have the parole eligibility date of February 11, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan that's been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed no programs during his current incarceration. He remains on the waiting list for an addiction services referral, a job assignment, a vocational referral, and the Voices program. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the higher range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
So I can speak now?
Yes.
So I understand I haven't done the programs. I've been on the waiting list. I violated the protective order for the handgun. I've never gotten in touch with the victim. And what I wanted to say is that I've been learning a lot about myself. Even though I haven't done the programs, I've been doing a program through the MAP program. I go there monthly. And I've been working on my addiction and have a different perspective in life. I want to be able to be there for my granddaughter. I have a newborn granddaughter and for my kids. And I also think that parole will actually give me a chance to transition into society where I could be held accountable to a halfway house instead of just going out on my own. But the rest is up to you guys.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Gallego. We're going to ask you some questions. Bear in mind that, you know, your end of sentence looks to be the middle of April. So we're talking about an 8-month difference here. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Gallego, you're still in the MAP program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I have that you transferred facilities a few times. So,
Oh, yes, I transferred facilities, but I'm still in the MAP program, yes.
okay. How long have you been in this facility?
About 5 months.
5 months. So you're in the MAP program still smoking marijuana?
Yes, I did smoke marijuana.
Why are you doing that?
It was a bad choice.
Is that why you refuse to give specimens?
Yes, ma'am.
So do you think the addiction services program, does that help you? Because I know you've taken tier 2 once before. You did aftercare in 2023. You've done the MAP program before.
Yeah, so now I'm in a different mental, like I did smoke some marijuana. There's a lot of drugs in here. And I just chose to kind of like go with the safer thing, even though I can't justify it. It's not justifiable. It's a lot of pressure that comes with being incarcerated in this environment.
Okay, Mr. Gallego, I'm going to stop you because as a person with a drug score of 5, with heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, multiple overdoses, anything that you use, you know, it's problematic. If you're going to be clean and sober, that's what you're going to be. And drugs are not going to be, they're not going to disappear. They're always going to be accessible. And regardless of where you are, if you're really done with doing drugs, then you walk away from it. And I understand that it's not that easy. You have to retrain your brain. So
But the only way you can retrain your brain, sir, is to stop using drugs while you're in prison.
Yeah, you're right. Definitely right about that.
I mean, you had, I see an intox ticket in May of last year. You used bupropion. And then you used marijuana in December. You used marijuana again in June. And what were you using when you refused to do the specimen? What were you using?
That's marijuana, man.
You have to do better, Mr. Galeo. I mean, do you want to be in prison for the rest of your life or do you want to die?
I want to be with my kids and my granddaughter. I don't want to be in prison and I don't want to die.
I mean, if you have 8 tickets this period of incarceration and you can't get programs if you keep getting tickets. Like, I don't know what we can do to help you, sir. I mean, you were on probation. Did you tell your probation officer that you were struggling to stay clean?
Yeah.
Did they try to put you in programs?
Yeah, I did go to a program.
And what happened after?
I ended up leaving early and
They can't help you if you won't get you have to have it set in your mind, sir. We don't want to keep you in prison, but we also don't want you committing crimes. You know? I mean, and our hands are tied at this point because what can we do? You have 5 failures, you rate high, you have all these tickets. There's really nothing that we can do for you, sir.
I understand.
Thank you. I'm all set.
Okay, Mr. Paul, I don't have any questions either. So give us just a minute, Mr. Gallego.
Yes, ma'am.
My reasons for denial are poor institutional adjustment. He was on probation and inadequate program participation.
Okay. Any issues? Okay, so in the matter of Joel Gallego, inmate number 346758, there's motion to deny parole for the following reasons. Inadequate program participation, poor institutional adjustment, and your offense was on while you were on probation. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, parole is denied.
You'll receive all of this in writing, sir. Good luck to you.
This concludes the hearing for Joel Vallejo, inmate number 346.
I just came out this door because that's the door I came in.
They would have switched you.
So I'm gonna be down there for a minute.
No.
Then from here on. And that's probably about his.
So, but we have there. So if web takes up too much time, I guess you move the laptop to over there.
Okay, so web's on this one.
Yes, good call. I covered web a while ago, still away from the show. Wherever here, and then we had video report also on the laptop. And then I took those, so I rolled up and something like.
He's the one on the left.
Then it's on the left.
Then, web is here right now. We're waiting on what?
So they're gonna go. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, August 26, 2026, and it's the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present by stating their names on the record, certified and reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mike Poole.
Panel Member Barry,
Also present is the board supervisor psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Colby Webb, 442-950.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Colby Webb, inmate number 442-950. He's serving a sentence of 20 years execution suspended after 4 years with 15 years probation to follow.
that's what I have.
Just looking at this eligibility.
Oh,
He's currently serving sentence for sexual assault second of a victim aged 13 to 15, the active 3 years or older, and illegal sexual contact with a victim under the age of 16. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan that's been reviewed and shows the offender's completed the short track problem sexual behavior and new thoughts programs. He remains on the waiting list for an educational referral, job assignment, a vocational referral, and voices. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I'm sorry, one moment, please. Officer Brian, I didn't hear an eligibility date. Is it 10/6?
As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 10th, 2026.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Webb.
Main reason why I believe parole should be granted in my case is, like you guys just specified, low to moderate risk. This was a one-time mistake. I understand the errors of my mistake, and I live with that regret every single day. I can't imagine what my victim must be going through. It weighs on me. To be frank, I hate myself for what I did, but unfortunately, there's no taking it back. I strive every single day while I'm in here to improve myself, and I plan on continuing that when I get out through various means of therapy, meaningful integration back into the community, meaningful relationships with friends, family, just trying to improve myself every single day to be a better person, better son, better man, just overall trying to continue to improve myself in every single aspect that I can. One of those is going to finish getting my bachelor's degree. I was currently, well, before I got sentenced, I was enrolled in college working for my bachelor's, and I plan on finishing that when I get out and hopefully striving to also achieve my master's. I'm not quite sure exactly how I'm going to, trying to think of the right words to say here. I don't know exactly how I'm going to go about day-to-day life mentally. Getting out, obviously, this is going to be a very big hurdle to climb. But it was an error that I did make, and it is a hurdle that I'm going to have to clear. I'm going to strive every single day to make sure that I can clear that hurdle, and not only clear it, but achieve greater than what I thought I could. Like I said, just trying to improve myself in every single aspect possible going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Webb, for that opening statement. So you have no prior criminal history. You got a significant sentence. You'll have 16 years of this sentence hanging over your head when you go out to 15 years of probation. And you do have 10 years on the state sex offender registry. And you have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2099. Can you tell me what you understand that means?
Obviously, that means I'm going to be, like you said, on the registry. And the standing protective order, no contact with the victim, which isn't going to be a problem. I understand, like I said in my opening statement, the error of my ways, not something that I'm looking to repeat or even, unfortunately, remind myself of going forward. So being on my best behavior, no contact with the victim. And like I said earlier, just trying to be the best that I can going forward, trying to clear this hurdle that's in front of me.
Specific to the standing criminal protective order, you cannot have contact through social media or a third person. And you have someone in your life who is the sister of the victim.
Correct.
So it's important that you understand that you are prohibited from sending messages to the victim through the sister or anybody else.
Yes, ma'am. I completely understand.
Good. Okay. So what do you take responsibility for, sir?
Essentially everything that happened. That whole scenario leading up to it, my actions going into it, specifically her giving me fellatio, everything that transpired in that event, I take full responsibility for. They were my actions and my actions alone, and there's nobody to blame for but me for everything.
You completed the short track program in July of 2025.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
And then you were interviewed. Do you remember the connection coming to see you there in the facility in March?
Correct.
So one of the things that concerns me, Mr. Webb, is that the story has changed multiple times. And when you were interviewed by the connection, you were appraised at taking no responsibility, saying to them that I was accused of sexually assaulting my fiance's sister. I learned not to put myself in a situation like that and how to get out of a situation if I am presented with it. So you at age 26 violated this 14-year-old, and the records indicate that this was forced vaginal and oral rape. Is that something you're taking responsibility for?
I take responsibility for my actions, which were only oral. There was no vaginal rape. There was a rape test done that came back negative. But the actions that I did do, the oral intercourse, that is my responsibility and my responsibility alone. I do take actions or accountability for my actions. Why did the
story change? Why has the story changed?
The story, unfortunately, has not changed. I don't know why that connection says I didn't take responsibility for it. I did, in that interview, take responsibility for the actions that I did commit, which should be documented in my short track program that I also completed here and that I just completed with.
So at one point, Mr. Webb, one of your stories was that the victim initiated intercourse with you while you were asleep. Do you remember that account?
I never said that the victim initiated intercourse with me while I was asleep.
So if we are accepting of your claim of full responsibility, which does mitigate the facts of the case, why did you do this?
It's plain and simple, poor thinking. I didn't think properly. To be honest, I didn't think about it at all. It is the biggest regret of my life, and I made a very poor judgment call. And if I could take it back, I would do anything in my power to.
Okay, and I'll just tell you right off the bat, those words are useless. They're meaningless. You can't take it back, so there's no point in ruminating about it. But you weren't thinking, but you were thinking, because you entered the victim's bedroom and violated her, and then went back to your girlfriend's bedroom and told her what you did. So again, why did you do this?
Poor judgment. Honestly, there's no excuse that I could give you that would justify.
I'm not looking for an excuse. I'm looking for an explanation, because you're sitting here telling us you score low to moderate for your risk and you would never do this again. But for me to have confidence that you wouldn't do it again, I need to know that you know why you did it.
I did it because I felt like I was stuck between a rock and a hard place given the situation. And I made a judgment call that turned out to be the wrong one.
So you're going to have to describe this rock and a hard place. This was something that was going on between you and the victim's sister, involved just discussion involving having a third party in your sexual activity?
Not to that extent, but there were conversations, Snapchats, messages going back and forth from her end. And I felt like I couldn't tell anybody. It was one of those situations where I felt like if I told somebody, nobody would believe me. And there's really, I felt like the only way to make the problem go away was to act upon it. And I realize now that that was not the right decision. I should have just told somebody, and like I said, I live with this every single day.
I still don't think I understand the rock and the hard place. So are you suggesting that the victim was sending you messages through Snapchat and you didn't know what to do about it?
Correct.
Okay, at 26, you have a 14-year-old who is possibly engaging in a crush or, enamored with you, and you're involved with her sister and you don't understand boundaries enough to take proactive steps to shut that down, if in fact that was happening?
I know now that I should have done that. I was just in the moment, I wasn't sure how to properly process it. And having done the courses in here and reflecting back on it, I understand what I did wrong as far as not setting up proper boundaries and what I should have done to mitigate those circumstances from happening to begin with.
So you haven't taken the Voices program, which is on your OAP, and you said you can't imagine what the victim is going through.
Correct.
What really stood out for me as a significant concern in this situation is that at first the guardian of the victim didn't believe her, and her sister didn't believe her. And now the sister has taken your side told the sister to lie in the victim impact statement. So she was getting pressured and she was being abandoned emotionally. And she's still in that situation because the sister has chosen you over her. Because you're still involved with the sister, right?
Correct.
Uh-huh. So what do you think those feelings would involve?
The biggest feeling that I could imagine being involved in that is probably betrayal. Like you said, abandonment. And probably some sort of anger or animosity.
Probably some fear. You know, she was violated in her own home, in her own room, where she should be safe.
Yes.
Probably has some trust issues.
I would imagine so, along with a litany of others that I couldn't even begin to list off.
So you were at sentencing accepting this plea deal, but you didn't choose to apologize at that point. Don't know if you have apologized. So if there was the opportunity, what would you say to the victim about what you did to her?
That I am extremely sorry for my actions. There's nothing that I could ever say or do to fill that hole that I left in your life. And I couldn't even begin to describe how painful it must have been. And it's something that I never wish I did. But I can't go back on my actions. And I'm not looking for forgiveness. I just want you to know truly how sorry I am to have put you in a position that I did. And I will forever be sorry.
Help me with the put you in the position that I did.
Correct. So the abuse, putting her in a situation nobody should have ever been put in.
Okay, so I guess, Mr. Webb, an apology to me sounds like, I'm sorry for what I did to you. I'm sorry I victimized and violated you, as opposed to putting her in a situation. I mean, your actions resulted in trauma and victimization to this child. Do you hear the difference?
I do.
Okay, because you know, if you really are taking full responsibility, then it's responsibility for your actions.
It is.
That harmed her.
I'm sorry for the abuse. I'm sorry for the trauma. I'm sorry for it all.
So you want to sponsor to your grandparents in Colebrook?
Correct.
They know about the registry?
Yes.
Okay. What are your employment plans?
Find pretty much anything and everything that I can. Just start by getting some sort of income and working my way up from there.
Okay, that's pretty vague. Could you get a little more specific?
I plan on looking specifically at fair choice employers, hopefully something that keeps me out of the public, either in like a warehouse or a factory, just something to get me on the ground. Once I complete my degree and my bachelor's, hopefully try to find something a little bit more of a step up from that and just keep working and advancing from there. I know it's not going to be easy. I know there's not going to be a lot of options available. But I'm going to take anything and everything that I can get and try to utilize it to the most of my potential.
When you do go out, you will be required to do problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, and you will have restrictions on yourself, including no contact with minors.
Correct.
Just so that you're aware of that when it comes to where you spend time in the community and the kind of jobs that you pursue.
I'm aware.
Great. Ms. Berry, any questions for Mr. Webb?
I don't have questions. I just wanted to inform Mr. Webb that enhanced monitoring will also be a condition of your release because of the Snapchat exchange. But I also wanted to tell you that there are very many opportunities out there for people such as yourself, much more than there's ever been. So okay. I wouldn't keep in your mind or hold in your head that it's going to be difficult for you to find a job, because you will be able to if you look up, jobs nearby who accept, sex offenders. But there's so many resources out there. Utilize your supervising officer because you'll need them, and continue working on yourself. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fole.
I have no question.
Okay. So, we're done with the questions. Mr. Webb, Ms. Neal, is your co-defendant. So you would be prohibited from having contact with your co-defendant without the PO's permission. So even if you're having contact at this point, you have to understand that you need the permission of your parole officer going forward. Understood?
I do.
So, very disturbing crime to read about. So absolutely unnecessary and inexplicable. But here we are. Mr. Webb has 2 DRs for refusing housing, which we're back in 2025. We see that often with sex offenders serving their sentence in DOC, especially when other inmates become aware of what the crime is, and it does correspond somewhat with his participation in the short track program. We're talking about 2 years of discretionary parole supervision before he begins 15 years of probation. And I think that is the best bet for getting Mr. Webb through community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, because I think he has a lot of work still to do to understand himself, his motivations, and his choices. So that would be where I'm at. Ms. Berry?
I really despise Mr. Webb's minimization of his actions and his treatment of this victim. However, since he has no other criminal history, he has completed the program, and he's going to have to continue to participate in the program and treatment. Actually, when he's out in the community, I would support discretionary parole today.
Okay. Okay. So the conditions I'm looking at: problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors, enhanced internet and device monitoring, no contact with the victim initials AN, and no contact with his co-defendant AN without the permission. Anything to add? No. Okay. So in the matter of Colby Webb, they're inmate number 442950. There's a motion to grant parole on or after his eligibility date of October 10th, 2026, with the following conditions for his supervision: problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors, enhanced internet and device monitoring, no contact with victim initials AN, and no contact with co-defendant Amber Neal without PO's permission.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is granted.
This concludes the hearing for Colby Webb, inmate number 442950.
You're all set, sir.
Thank you.